Claim your Africanness. I'm telling you, when you claim your Africanness, you're going to get your mind back. And you're going to get your intelligence back. I'll guarantee you. Education. And when they take responsibility in terms of their own Africanness and their own identity, when they don't spend all of their lives trying to escape from their Africanness, when they don't believe that to be called African is a curse, you see, when they don't run from their Africanness, but they run to it, and they embrace it, and they become a part of it. Let's see what happens to their learning when they decide and say out loud that I'm black and I'm proud, and that I'm African and I'm proud. And if individuals, society exists outside African people, that is logically impossible. And it's a stupidity that's perpetrated on the population, upon our people, and often leads to serious misunderstandings, both of ourselves and of our situation.
Get your spears in the chat. Get your spears in the chat. Spears are flying. Pseudos are crying. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Man, listen, like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. It's morning with the Mossy, midday with the Mossy, late evening if you're over in the UK or in the diaspora with the Mossy. I'm in the building. You see the title. You know what I'm saying? We ain't shucking, we ain't jiving. You know, the pseudo-history and uneducated view of the African kinship and more. Because someone's waging war. Listen to this shit. I get tagged. Somebody say, well, they over there talking about you. Okay, cool. They talking about me. That ain't nothing. All right, so I clicked to see what's going on over there. And one of the titles of the videos is this. Tribal African Kings versus Aboriginal Americans. Peep game. Tribal African Kings versus Aboriginal Americans. First of all, ain't no verses. Let's get that shit out the way. Ain't no verses. Ain't no... This shit don't add up. Why don't it add up? There's hundreds of thousands of books written about Africa, Africans, and the history, right, on that continent. Show me 5 books that have been written in history about quote unquote Aboriginal Americans. Show me 5. There's hundreds of thousands of books on Africa. I just want you to show me 5 on so-called Aboriginals, Americans. That's all I'm asking for. A simple hot 5. I'm going to say this again. I see we got some new people in the chat, man. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we live. Get the fire emojis in the chat and the spears flying for this one, please. Like the show and share the show, and it's about to go down. But before we do, in all seriousness, man, before I get into this build, I do want to send my condolences out to the family of our dear brother Morpheus. It has come to my attention this morning that his daughter is missing in Atlanta, Georgia somewhere, or she has not been responsive I'm not saying that she was kidnapped or anything like that. I'm not making any false accusations on Brother Morpheus' situation, especially coming off the sensitivity of the whole Alabama situation and how that just blew up in our face. But what I am saying is he has not heard from his daughter. And I don't know how long that has been, but I do know that they are trying to find her and get in contact with her and make sure that she is okay. I don't know if they're working the legal angle, the hospital angle, whatever, friends or people of her or anything like that. But I do know that it is a serious situation, and it's unlike the other situation that we just went through this past week. So, keep Brother Morpheus in your prayers, thoughts, hearts, minds, and hopefully he gets some positive information back on his daughter, and it was something that was merely a slip up to where she went somewhere, her phone died, no charger, she was unable to communicate, but she is in sound body and mind, because these situations can get tricky. I'm saying that to say this: my best friend, his name is Ivan Moore, right? He's been missing for years. No body has been found. He's been missing for years. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's been rumors, speculations, and people from Detroit kidnapped him, done him bad, left him somewhere, but we don't know. However, his family has never found closure. And I'm talking about, it's been like 6-7 years. The dude's been missing that long. They say all he was doing was crossing the street out east from his house going to like a neighbor's or something like that. On his way, he got snatched up. He ain't been found. You know what I'm saying? But so we know the severity and the seriousness of the situation. We just need to make sure that, positivity comes out of this for Brother Morpheus, and that he gets to hear from his daughter, and hopefully she's okay and she's doing well, and she is not a victim of any type of heinous crime or kidnapping. All right, so peace to the Brother Morpheus. And we are rooting for you and information on your daughter in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, so back to the actual show. I want to dive directly into the show, and I want to kind of bring out a couple of things that were mentioned in one of the videos. What up? What up? What up? Before we get started, I see Vasa, you in the chat. Yeah, I'm straight. So peace, Vasa. I see you, Lucky. I see you in the building, Zane, Teddy. There's other people that are watching the stream that just have not commented for whatever reasons. Peace to you in the chat. I know there's people that have been messaging me about this particular show and saying that they were interested and want to know more about the kinship, and I'm going to get into that. What the hell? Well, okay, whatever. I just read a message, something stupid. All right, so again, man, share this on all your platforms. Like the show, share the show. We're about to build. We're about to get it in. Everybody know why I'm here. You see the name in the title. I added the food, and I'm adding them every stream. Anytime he do a stream and bring Africa into his conversations, I'm on it. All y'all got to do, listen, I'm not looking for it. I don't go over there. But if you send it to me saying, hey, he's talking about Africa, I'm going to deal with it. I am going to deal with it. Because one way or the other, I'm going to make him fly right or get the fuck off Africa. One of the two things. So if he wants to be this so-called ancient, indigenous, black, aboriginal people of America, he can have that. We all know that he made that shit up right there on the air. We all know that that is fictitious as hell, and we all know that he is trying to hijack someone else's culture. But we on Africa. I'm gonna let Nada C deal with that other shit that he might have been spewing on the bill when he was talking about you're talking about African American history, because there's some things in there that we can correct. But I don't want to take that away, that opportunity away from Not a Coincidence, Danny, True Story, Rob Warren. I don't want to take those instances away from those brothers because that's their lane and they enjoy and indulge in that lane. I will research and support that. And if it's something I even know about it, I will share my sympathies and my information in regards to those things, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take away from my brother's opportunities to also stay on his neck. All right. So let's get into his first thing. Let me get here. What qualifies for you? I think that was yeah. Let's get this one right here. Yo, boom. All right, so this was 22 hours ago. Okay. I think I'm at my timestamp, but I just want y'all to hear this. This is the reason and the purpose of why we're here, and then I'm gonna go to another one.
Found literal documents of Africans in their genealogy. You get what I'm saying? So it's documented too. If you really have African ancestors, you'll be able to find that shit.
First of all, there's no such thing called African genealogy. Africans don't participate in genealogy. Okay, let's get that out the rip, right? There's no Europe genealogy. There's no Asian genealogy. There's no Australian genealogy that's going on. None of those continents and countries have anything to do with your genealogy in America. Ladies and gentlemen, I will repeat, those countries are not participating in providing you any information or trying to link themselves to America by any stretch, form, shape of the imagination when it comes to genealogical trees. What you're going to get in your genealogy are things that's going to deal with American history and how far back you can get on those census records, right? And deal with those things. There is no freaking African genealogy tree being made by Africans over there that's trying to get over here to America or help extend out. The only way that you're going to be able to link yourself to those other countries and continents is through your genetic makeup. Your biological admixture is going to give you these things. Then you can go back and you can begin to trace and link things up, because the moment you add your DNA, your genetic makeup, into your path, right? Your genealogy, guess what happens? Then you start seeing all this other shit pop up for you. It adds to the equation. That's why I said there is a difference between genealogy and genetics. But by working both of those angles, you can support all the data. What up, Taharka? What up, Akila? What's good? What's good? 9 times 9 in the building. Yeah, man. Listen, man. Listen to me. One more time. Get your spears in the chat. Drop your spears in the chat, right? Give me some of them fire emojis. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Get the likes up. Yeah. Let me know y'all can hear this. I'm finna go in. I got this good information. That pseudo ass. And he be saying that dumb shit, man. I just like, what the fuck, yo? What up, Kufu? What's good with you, bro? But let's get back on topic, right? Let's see what he's talking about.
You would be able to find that shit.
Right. And listen, I'm with you. And listen, but I challenge the whole narrative. You know what I'll tell you why, Booby? Because they've been lying the whole time. You know what I mean? Lies I done caught them in history.
So now Africans, descendants of Africans, are lying in history. Listen to this.
Over these years of just studying and getting this shit. You know what I mean? Inconsistencies and contradictions and lies I done.
How the hell are how is African American history contradicting and lying? Can we get examples of what you're talking about? Aboriginal power. Could you please share with us this research that you've been studying and researching and looking up and diving into? Can we get some sources from you so that we can substantiate what some of this shit is that you're talking about, so that we too can correct misinformation? Because that's what I love to do. I love to debunk, refute, and correct mofos who spew ignorance out of their mouth. That is why you're on my radar.
Piled up in this little pile of inconsistencies and lies that I got over here in this bucket. A ton of them, brother. A ton. So when they say African, I got to get into the history of what an African is. Do you see what I'm saying? Anti-social booby. Then it gets.
Hey, he finna double down on what we talked about the other day. He finna hit us with the white Africanos. Watch.
It's kind of bleared. Because when you look up the term African and the history of the term African, it goes back to Africanus.
Told you.
Afrikaner. Then you look up who is the Afrikaners, them white people. Afrikaner and Afrikaner is the same term. It just evolved and changed over time. It's like saying felony and felony. It's the same thing. Old English to new.
That boy said felony and felony. Felony. What is a felony? Let me see if I can find it. Felony. You got bikes called felony. Felony bikes. Let's see if we can find the etymology of felony. See if if that's what he's trying to get at. Let's see. I'm gonna share my screen real quick because he said it. I ain't say this shit. He said it. He said felony. He said felony, felony. What is felony? So felony is treachery, betrayal, deceit, villainy, wickedness, sin, crime, violent temper, wrath, ruthlessness, evil intention, from Old French felony. So it never changed, ladies and gentlemen, except for they added an IE instead of a Y. 12th century. Wickedness, evil, treachery, parody, crime, cruelty, sin, from Gallo-Roman felonia, from felonym, evildoer. See felon. All right, so we're gonna go see felon, because right now felony ain't taking us to felony like he said. He said felony, and we don't get it. So maybe felon help us. All right, so 13th century word, 1300s, one who deceives and commits treason, one who is wicked or evildoer, used of Lucifer and Herod, from Old French felon, evildoer, scoundrel, traitor, rebel, oathbreaker, the devil. 9th century, the medieval Latin, felonym, nominative, fellow, evildoer. So where is the felony, right? He trying to trick us. Where he's sending us at, which is uncertain origin, perhaps from Franklin fellow. Let's see what he says again. Is this what he's saying? No, it's not what he's saying, because he said felony. Where is the follow, right? Where is the felony? Is he saying follow thee? I don't know what he's saying, but he's confusing the hell out of this shit. And he continues to make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. Right? We don't get none of that. So he's making up shit. Absolutely. Trick 'em shit. So let's get back to the wham bam and see what else he got going on. So get that shit out of here.
English.
No, that's a fact. We know Africa, the continent, that wasn't the original name. So it's like you say, going deeper and deeper.
We all know that the name Africa is not a name, because guess what? The people that they've been on that continent, for the sake of time, never named names like that. Okay? We know that. We know Europeans have this thing for naming shit. They've been doing that all throughout history. They come into something, they want to provide it a name. We know that's what it is. Right? Why is this even a topic of a conversation? But just because they named something does not take away from the people in who they are referencing. Because when you look up what an Africa or Africans are, they tell you, or black or colored or Negro, they tell you Negro, black, colored are descendants of Africa. They are demarcating the people with the continent, a landmass, my nigga. How do you not know this? And I apologize to all the scholarly people out there in the world that love to listen to the Masa Warrior Clan. And I've been on 10 and I've been a little too excited. I've been using the N word and other cuss words. And you're like, come on, Sean, you got scholarship. You don't have to do that. You're more intelligent than that. But I am talking to a nigger. So I apologize for my sentiments toward that. Absolutely. I can be directly astute and scholarly as possible, but I am talking directly to a nigger. Let's continue.
It's history. That's what a lot of people don't want to do.
So look, what if I propose this antisocial booby? Do you got white people in here? You think some of these black people might got a white person in their lineage somewhere?
They probably do. I mean, yeah, because it was something. I ain't gonna say it.
Now, let me be very clear. This fool asks, do Africans have white people in their lineage? Through continental Africans do not. Some of them will. Depending on where you are, there was some admixture going on, and you will see some slightly mixed ancestry in some places that have mixed with Africans. However, okay, I'm talking about the continent. However, the experience of Euro Africans, I'm saying, like, you know, we got people in France, we got people in the I just say the UK. We got descendants in the UK area. Akila can attest to this because I think he up there, right? And then we got the African American experience. We all know that we only contain the percentage, a small percentage of European DNA because of the Holocaust. We know this. But those continental Africans in West Africa, that you don't see that admixture like that in those places, in Central and South, and even in the East. You don't see that admixture like that. You do their DNA, they have very 90-something percentages. There's some people with 96, 97, 98% African ancestry over there on the continent. You don't see them dropping below the 90s. You don't see them with 80, 20, or none of that shit. Right? You don't. You see real high percentages of African ancestry on the continent when you do their DNA. That admixture is not going down like that. Yeah, I know you're an economic migrant to the UK, bro. I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying, your experience was yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying, Akili. Right, there's a small minute that may have some from trafficking. But come on, man. We ain't stupid over here. We know what's going on. We look at all the evidence. What are they reading? Well, let's look at the description of the video. Let's see if he provided us with any type of source. Nope, just all donate to his Cash App. That's what the fuck I thought.
Everybody, like, people like to push that narrative like, oh, we just a big ass gumbo pot amalgamate, you know, all mixed up. But
a nigga might have one a nigga here and there might have one white motherfucker in their line. But what I'm proposing is, I'm saying that that one African that you might find in your line is also that same one white person that you find in your line. I'm saying that
Woo! Did y'all hear that? Woo! He ain't got no evidence, but he gonna let it be known.
Just like, oh, we just a big ass gumbo pot amalgamate, you know, all mixed up. But
a nigga might have one a nigga here and there might have one white motherfucker in their line. But what I'm proposing is, I'm saying that that one African that you might find in your line is also that same one white person that you find in your line. I'm saying that the term Afrikaner is applied to white people.
No, and I would agree. Because they were doing a lot of.
Say it again.
No, and I would agree because
no.
That one African that you might find in your line It's also that same one white person that you find in your line. I'm saying that the term African, Afrikaner is applied to white people.
No, I would agree. I would agree because they were doing.
Which one? Which term? African or Afrikaner? Be specific, Aboriginal power. Which term are you saying that is dealing with white people? Are you saying African or Afrikaner is dealing it? You see, you gotta make him hone in on a specific. If he's making a claim and he's saying what he thinks, we don't care what you think. We want to know what you know. So does the word African mean white people, or does the word Afrikaner mean or refer to white people? Because we know Afrikaner refers to those South African Europeans who those South Africans who descend from Europe, who came in there in the 1600s. The first people was the Dutch. Later on, you get the British and all them other motherfuckers. So we know coming in this joker who the Afrikaners are. So there's no hiding that. So Aboriginal power, are you suggesting that Africans are European? The people that they are denoting as African, right? Since you're taking all these different countries on the continent of Africa and you're making them homogeneous, which they are not, are you saying that all Africans are white people? Say it with conviction. Don't hide behind your computer screen. Say it. I dare you. Say it.
A lot of listen when you dig.
So if millions of Africans coming over here, wouldn't it explain if America is a Negro continent already, brother anti-social booby? How do you
listen to this? America is a Negro continent already. So now we need evidence of America being a Negro continent. Before the millions of Africans, listen to him. I'm not making it up. Listen to him. America is a Negro continent already. See, this is why I said that I'm not going to deal with that. I've already dealt with it enough, showing the Paleo Indian here and the oldest haplogroups here and what those haplogroups are and who the natives descend from. I don't need to go back. I have shows on that. There was no Negroes. There was no Black people in the Americas before the arrival of the European into the Americas. Period, point blank. So how is Negroes, Black people, already in America? And the millions of white people that come over here, the millions of Africans are white people. I need you to show me the evidence for that. See, y'all ain't catching it. Y'all ain't picking up what he put down. But I'm all over it. This is pseudo-history at its finest. And I need to take a moment here because I'm trying to lead this to not a coincidence. I'm trying to do my best to let not a coincidence do its thing. I know True Historian and Rob Bourne. I know they're gonna make they comical memes. I'm enjoying all of that. But there's something that I need to deal with. But I need him to say what he finna say first, and then I'm gonna come up out of it.
What's up?
Because and that's when it comes with the African shit. That's why because the history of an African with dealing with these motherfuckers. How was they able to get over here in the first place?
And millions at that. So the only story of millions of people is the African. So I'm saying that these millions of Africans are the millions of white. So I have a different concept when I come to it. You see what I'm saying? So I believe that it's hardly no Africans that came here during these slave times. Well, what I'm saying that people was already enslaved here, man.
Oh no,
they getting caught up in the system later.
So you heard him. Maybe you didn't hear him. Listen to him again, and then I need to get into some shit.
The line. I'm saying that the term Afrikaner is applied to white people.
No, I would agree. I would agree because they was doing a lot of. Listen, when you dig.
So if millions of Africans coming over here, wouldn't it explain if America is a Negro continent already, brother, anti-social movie? How do you get millions of white people coming here all of a sudden?
Because I mean, and that's when it comes with the African shit. That's why because the history of an African with dealing with these motherfuckers. I mean, how was they able to get over here in the first place?
And millions at that. So the only story of millions of people is the African. So I'm saying that these millions of Africans are the millions of white. So I have a different concept when I come to it.
So I'm saying that the millions of Africans that came over here are the millions of white people. So when I told y'all that he thinks that fucking Africans are white, he has now, ladies and gentlemen, using his thinking, he has now rewritten history. So I have to do this. There's no other way for me to do this but this way. I have to do this. So let my beat build. Let my beat build. The third basic law, y'all know we're talking about the laws of human stupidity. We're back to that shit. The third basic law of human stupidity assumes, although it does not state it explicitly, that human beings fall into four basic categories: the helpless, the intelligent, the bandit, and the stupid. It will be easily recognized by the perspicuous reader that these four categories correspond to the four areas as I, which will be intelligent, H, S, and B. Bandit, stupid, helpless is H. If Tom takes an action and suffers a loss while producing a gain of dick, Tom's mark will fall in the field of H, helpless. Tom acted helplessly. If Tom takes an action by which he makes a gain while yielding a gain also to Dick, Tom's mark will fall in an area I. Y'all remember what I is? Intelligent. Tom acted intelligently. If Tom takes an action by which he makes a gain causing Dick a loss, Tom's mark will fall in the area of B. Tom acted as a bandit. Stupidity is related to area S and to all positions on axis Y below point O. As the third basic law explicitly clarifies, a stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person or to a group of persons while himself deriving no gain and even possibly incurring losses. When confronted for the first time with the third basic law, rational people instinctively react with feelings of skepticism and incredulousness. The fact is that reasonable people have difficulty in conceiving and understanding unreasonable behavior. But let us abandon the lofty plane of the theory and let us look pragmatically at our daily life. We all recollect occasions in which a fellow took an action which resulted in his gain and in our loss. We had to deal with a bandit. We also recollect cases in which a fellow took an action which resulted in his loss and in our gain. We had to deal with a helpless person. We can recollect cases in which a fellow took action by which both parties gained. He was intelligent. Such cases do indeed occur. But upon thoughtful reflection, you must admit, ladies and gentlemen, you must admit that these are not the events which punctuate most frequently our daily life. Our daily life is mostly made of cases in which we lose money and or time and or energy and or appetite, cheerfulness and good health because of improbable actions of some preposterous, let me continue, creature who has nothing to gain and indeed gains nothing from causing us embarrassment, difficulties, or harm. Nobody knows, understands, or possibly can explain why that preposterous creature does what he does. In fact, there is no explanation, or better, there is only one explanation. The person in question is stupid. The person in question is stupid. Let me see if it's changed over on my screen. Probably don't. Stop sharing, reshare. I want to get into something else. And then we're going to get into it. We're going to get into the second video and deal with it. So I'm back to my Encyclopedia of Pseudoscience, which is a 2-volume set. And I am on the chapter of skepticism and credulity, finding the balance between type 1 and type 2 errors. I just want to give a little bit about what's going on in the paragraph, and I might extend it out just a little bit. So Rene Descartes, in his meditations on first philosophy, William James in The Will to Believe, and others have noted that with respect to our intellectual lives, we have the distinct, though related, goals of acquiring true beliefs and avoiding false ones. Accordingly, we can err in 2 different ways. We commit a type 1 error when we fail to believe a truth. We commit a type 2 error when we believe a falsehood. I need you to follow me because I am painting the picture that needs to be painted like Picasso. Since we want to avoid errors on both kinds, the ideal strategy would prevent the commission of either error. Can y'all see this clearly? Maybe a little bit better right now. Nor can we guarantee freedom from error by playing it safe, by withholding our judgment on some proposition. For if that proposition happens to be true, we thereby commit a type 1 error. There is simple strategy we could adopt to avoid the commissions of all type 1 errors. Believe everything. Believing everything, we would be sure to believe every truth. But of course, we would also believe every falsehood, and hence would commit every type 2 error possible. Similarly, there is a strategy we could adopt to avoid commission of all type 2 errors. Believing nothing. Believing nothing, we would never believe a falsehood. But, of course, we would also believe no truth, and hence would commit a type 1 error possible. Unable to eliminate the risk of error entirely, we would at least like to minimize it. But how? A single strategy to minimize error seems no easier to come by than a single strategy to eliminate it. A suggestion comes from what, in fact, we do when confronted with some specific candidate for belief. Call it Proposition P. We are guided by preliminary decisions, often but not always a quick decision, about the cost of being wrong in either of the 2 ways available. Not knowing whether P is true or false, I ask myself which would be worse on the occasion. Failing to believe P if it were true, committing a type 1 error, or believing P if were false, i.e. committing a type 2 error. Sometimes one and sometimes the other seems considerably worse, or in some sense more costly, and we adjust our policy on that occasion accordingly. If we feel that it would be worse to commit a type 1 and a type 2 error, worse to miss the truth, then we allow ourselves to believe P on relatively slight evidence, least we fail to believe true P, willingly running the risk believing false P. For example, Pascal says, I would have far more fear of being mistaken and of finding that the Christian religion was true than of being mistaken and believing it true. That is, with respect to the proposition, the Christian religion is true, committing a type 1 error is far worse, he says, considering the prospect of eternal torment, than committing a type 2 error, presumably living an infinitely long life of wasted virtue. Accordingly, Pascal recommends that we accept Christianity without any supporting evidence at all. Earlier in the text, he gives the details of what has become known as Pascal's wager. If, on the other hand, we feel that it would be worse on some particular occasion to commit a type 2 than a type 1 error, worse hold a false belief, then we require a lot of evidence before we assent. Least we believe false P, willing running the risk of not believing true P. For example, we hope that the responsible authorities approach in this spirit the proposition this new drug, pesticide, infant formula is safe. If they commit a type 1 error, then profits may be lost. But if they commit a type 2 error, they believe that it is safe, while it is not, lives are lost. Consumers would prefer that make a type 1 error until there is a very strong evidence of its safety. The issue on any particular occasion then is this: how much evidence must I have behalf of P before I am willing to believe it? And how ready or reluctant am I to believe P, the greater I take the relative cost of type 2 over type 1 error to be. The more reluctant I am to believe, the more or stronger evidence I require to overcome that reluctance, and conversely, the more costly I think I type 1 error to be, the reader and I am to believe that P on relatively weak grounds. This analysis of what happens on a specific occasion provides the basis of a distinction between what might be called intellectual personality types. There are some folks who, in general, have relatively low standards of evidence, who believe at the drop of a hat they behave as if they regard type 1 errors as worse than type 2, as if in their desire to believe truths, they are willing to accumulate a lot of false beliefs as well. These people are called credulous or gullible. And we might generously think of credulity as a policy for minimizing error, generally at least errors of more serious sort. I will pause right there, ladies and gentlemen. I need to get to the business now. Drop the spear emoji in the chat. Your boy is about to go bananas. I'm about to go bananas. So, let me get you to this show. This show was live moments ago. I don't know. It might still be live on his platform, but I stopped it right here because what he said prior to that was irrelevant to me. And then I'm gonna come back to the other video where he's talking this shit, and that's cool, but I want to do it right here. You see the title: Tribal African King versus Aboriginal Americans. Why do they hate us so much? This nigga's delusional.
You a king of your village? You a king of your... We used to be, we went up to 15, but nobody supported the $15 challenge, so we moved it back down to 5. So they have this idea in this Wakanda. So they have this, everybody in the chat to support the real. Yeah, man. So no, man, we got to get into the topic for today, man. Tribal African king versus Aboriginal American. So they have this idea in this Wakanda romanticism, this Wakanda romanticism, as if they're kings and everybody that you randomly run across in Africa is some type of king. No, you a king of your village. You a king of your remote used town. Hold on just a second, you guys.
So why does he say that what he just said about Wakanda and then turn around and saying that these people have this false narrative that everybody is a king in Africa, but then turn around and says, no, you're a king in your in your town, you're a king in your tribe. That's a king. What? Let's hear it again.
As if they're kings, and everybody that you randomly run across in Africa is some type of king. No, you a king of your village. You a king of your remote used town. Hold on just a second, you guys. Hold on just a second.
You see the hypocrisy in his words. No one over here thinks that everybody was kings. That's not the case. Everyone who was a king, they created a king's list. So when in referring to Africa, we can refer to king's list. We have griots who tell stories about the kings in West Africa, throughout West Africa, and in the different countries in West Africa. Gele or griot in English, they tell stories of the kings. They talk about the first king all the way up into the present king, and how the throne was passed down, how people, even when usurpers come into kingship, except for Mansa Musa, he ain't got a griot story. In Egypt, they have a king's list written on a fucking rock. In the kingdom of Mali, we have it handwritten, my guy. In other places in West and Central and South Africa, we have king's list showing the lineages as it passed down, and we understand kinship. So there's something that we need to really clear up first before we even get into what he has to say. No. I'm gonna let him say what he got to say.
Hold on just a second. Let me see. Act like we don't have any increment. Yeah, so I just want y'all to hear from the horse's mouth real quick of how these pan boo boos and these Africans act like we don't have any increments of their history. Hey, Yanetta, yeah, I appreciate that. That pay-per-view was definitely fire. But this American Gods pay-per-view part 3 is going to be even better. If y'all haven't seen any of the other first ones, I believe the second one is still available for purchase and to be able to watch. It will be getting released real soon. I think it's going to get released the week of the actual pay-per-view part 3. So you guys will be able to indulge in on the second one right before we get into the third one, you guys. So support the movement. Support the movement. You know what I mean? We need everybody to what I got lined up for you guys. We got some ideas. That's all I need to know. Let's
Is
get
he
it
gonna
going.
get back on point or not?
I'm gonna go get a new one.
I'm an African, but I like what you're doing in here. Please keep educating these Mufasas.
All right, so I'm gonna pause right there because he says that he's using some guy of understanding of an African. I believe this is the person that they had over there. I don't know who this dude is or what the case may be, but I really need to educate everybody on kinship in Africa. Okay, kingship in Africa, right? So I'm gonna take you to you missed some stuff, and I'm leaving some of the stuff to you, but you missed some stuff. Before I get into anything, I want to, and I see that not a coincidences in the chat. There's two things that I need to put on the screen first. First, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring you to one source. Yeah, you see this on the screen? That's Barack Obama, right? It's Barack Obama. I'm gonna come to the other one in just a second. But on the screen is Barack Obama. The name of the book is From Slavery to Freedom, A History of African Americans. There it is right here. From Slavery to Freedom, A History of African Americans. Now, I said I am leaving everything that has to deal with America to not a seed so that we can attack him in both ways. I'm going to deal with Africa, but I'm going to leave America to not a seed, true historian, Rob Bourne, etc. However, ladies and gentlemen, I will provide resources and additional information in regard to refuting these dudes. So I am in the background, but when I need to speak up, I will speak up. And this is one of the main sources that I will drop on Aboriginal Power's head when he's talking that bullshit. So firstly, in chapter 1, it talks about ancestral Africa. Why would a book about From Slavery to Freedom talk about ancestral Africa and then Africans in the Atlantic world, ladies and gentlemen? He's saying this dude is supposed to be his John Hope Franklin is supposed to be his. He's supposed to be related to this guy? This guy right here. John Hope Franklin was the James B. Duke Professor Emeritus of History, and for 7 years was Professor of Legal History at Duke University and Law, a native of Oklahoma and a graduate of Fisk University right here in Nashville, Tennessee. He received the AM and PhD degrees in the history of Harvard University. Him, the dude from Oklahoma, is supposed to be related to Top Cats? Are you niggas crazy? Y'all making this up in the chat, yo. Y'all, you killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. But anyway, I'm gonna sit this aside. I'm gonna sit this aside. Let me get to the meat and potatoes. I hate that I just can't go from one screen to another like I used to be able to do. But now, I want to get into this because this is the reason why we're here. I want to deal with the specific claim of what he was dealing with. Let me make it one page. I need a single page. And I need to zoom in for the people in the audience. So we are going to look at how societies are born. This is Governance in West Central Africa Before 1600 by John Vicina. Okay? I am providing you with an outline. So to the person that is like, well, I want to argue this, that, and the third, there's a list of information that I am about to provide that's going to refer to the subject matter. Now, all right. So I'm doing this slowly so y'all can see what this is talking about. Early village societies, right? The water cattle and kings, cattle nomads and their societies, right? So let y'all know exactly what this book is about. History, environment, collective networks, agro-pastoralists, of courts and title holders of mask and governance, villages, vicinages, and solidities, the run of kingdom, yeah, all of that, right? So this is what this book is about, okay? Maps, of course, they got maps. All right, so let me I want to give you a little bit about this book real quick. How Societies Are Born. This is a very good book. All right. So the author writes right here real quick, and then I'm going to skip it because this is just basically an introduction. As stars are born, so are societies. And this is a story about such a birth. It tells us how different West Central African societies emerged from the small foraging communities that preceded them, and how then grew to become what they were by 1600. It is a story worth telling for several reasons. First, the period before the 16th century has been hitherto neglected by historians, nearly all of whom have been content to take the societies described by the first Portuguese reports on the coast as a given or as a starting point, without asking themselves how they came to be what they then were. To some extent, the lack of sources, written and oral, is to blame for the situation, although it should not prevent one from trying to find other sources of evidence to tap them to discover how societies were formed and developed later on. Hence, it is useful to present a book that provides an introduction to the history of this long early period. This study draws attention to the issues involved, lays out the available information, proposes a set of interpretations that can be proved or disproved by future archaeological and linguistic research that, when it comes, will in turn undoubtedly extend available knowledge, introduce new questions, and render this book obsolete, but not, one hopes, before having primed the pump of knowledge. All right, let me get out of the introduction. All right, so I'm almost out of the introduction. And it does a really good job of starting the conversation about these societies. So here's part one. So in the beginning, there were only foragers in West Central Africa. They lived in small nomadic communities whose members communicated and intermarried with individuals from the outside, but they did not develop any social aggregate larger than the community itself. Sometime after 500 BCE, a few communities began to adopt a series of technological innovations which allowed them to, at first, to expand the range of gathered foods that were edible, and later to produce food rather than just gather it by practicing agriculture and or herding of domestic animals. This allowed them to aggregate in larger settlements and become sedentary wherever farming made this possible. These new communities, sedentary and pastoral, were considerably larger than foraging households had been, and their members began to create new overarching institutions to bridge the social divide that existed between the different local communities. Such institutions allowed them to better cooperate with each other in some social, economic, or social endeavors, whereas this was advantageous to all of them. Such practices of common governance created genuine societies, that is, social aggregates larger than a seasonally unstable set of local households. By the 9th century CE or so, small societies were becoming the norm, which opened the way to process by which governance would become gradually more intricate, and that the scale of society could gradually increase on the situations described by outside observers from the 16th century onward. Part one deals with this period from about 400 BCE to 900 CE, during which the basic innovations were adopted that made all the rest possible. It is divided into two chapters. The first one tells the introduction of ceramics, horticulture, and the early use of metals over nearly a millennia before 500 CE, whereas the following chapter deals with the transformations wrought during the four following centuries by the introduction of cereal crops and more extensive use of iron, large herd cattle, corporate matrilineages, and dispersed matriclans. So there's two things here that needs to be brought to our attention: matrilineages and matriclans. Do yourself a favor and you can look those up. All right. So when the earliest signs of a set of new technologies that could lead to the creation of larger and more complex societies appeared during the second half of the last millennium BCE, small communities of foragers were roaming the savannas, woodlands, and the steppes of West Central Africa, south of the rainforest, just as they have done since time immemorial. The first harbingers of change were the adoption of ceramics, accompanied or followed by the horticulture and husbandry of small domestic stock. So basically, aggregation was significant to these small communities, right? They're moving along and they're building in these areas, and they need to protect what they build. Through that, these civil societies, if I want to call them civil societies, are born. Okay? Just the rightfulhood. If you're traveling in a small group until you expand into larger groups, you're creating and establishing a sense of governance among yourselves. We see this indirectly through barter systems. If not a coincidence is growing lettuce, I'm growing tomatoes. Lucky's growing yams. The bar is domesticating cattle for meat. And Sutek is pretty much the guy that's smelting rocks, good with fire. He doing all of that, right? Together, we can complete and make a meal for our entire small community, right? So we can barter between each other. You know what I'm saying? I need some lettuce. Not a coincidence, need some tomato. We both need some cattle from the bar, so we trade. Well, we need to get that, right? We get with Lucky, we deal with Lucky, we get what we need from Lucky. Now everybody working together. So there's an exchange of goods and services, but an understanding that we're all doing our own part to bring this community together as one. And through that, our governance begins. And technology allows it to develop and grow. Just look back at history. Before we were microwaving, before we were using air fryers, we were using microwaves. Before we were using microwaves, we were using electric stoves. Before we were using electric stoves, we were using gas stoves. Before we were using gas stoves, we were using those outdoor kettles where we would build a fire, set a kettle thing right there, and cook from that. Well, before that, there's this thing in between that went into furnaces. Furnaces, and then the little kettle things that were outside. And then from that little kettle thing outside, then we went into the whole little, how they barbecued or cooked food back in the days. They would make pits and put some over the pits to where they could actually do all of that. You get your early instances of grilling campfires. Yeah, you get all of that. What I'm basically saying, that there's an evolutionary process throughout history that technology allows us to evolve in and exist in and advance in. So none of these technologies were invented by the inhabitants of the area. All were demonstratively introduced from elsewhere, which makes one wonder whether they were carried by the foreign immigrants. One suspects this all the more so because of the Njele said Bantu languages began to diffuse into the area from the earlier part of this period onward. Proto-Njele speakers produced pottery, practiced horticulture, and kept goats. It would seem logical to attribute the spread of these innovations as well as the later spread of metallurgy and their expansion. But the matter is not simple. At least in southernmost parts of the area, and well before the first Njele speakers ever arrived there, foraging did adopt ceramics and other herdings of sheep, and from other foragers who spoke languages related to theirs. So let's move on. You got the late Stone Age foragers. Humans first appeared in the record of West Central Africa well over 100,000 years ago, and they have been present there ever since. By the late Stone Age, that is, from well over 10,000 years ago, their tools and their rock art are found all over the area, wherever archaeologists or other specialists, such as geologists, have looked for them. What ordinary mortals see, only a small scatters of ordinary stones. Specialists discern the tools can be studied. I don't even want to get into all of that because that is another argument for another day, and we're talking about kinship and kingship. This is the map that was mentioned earlier, talking about these sites. These are significant sites in West Africa where all of these things can be found. This is the late Stone Age and Angola and Congo as well, right? So through all of that I just mentioned, in short, a short, brief synopsis of working toward building a society is being birthed, right? All of this stuff is going into the process of a society. Let me get done with the prelude, because now we have set the single foundation of what's next to come. Let me get to the chapter. Now, I'm not going to bore y'all to death, and I'm not going to read a whole bunch of this shit, but it is purely simple stuff. Let me get out of the prelude. God, leave the prelude alone. And it talks about a lot of things. The book is 341 pages, so I can understand that a lot of people don't have the patience to actually read, but you need to. 341 pages can be knocked out in 2 weeks. Yeah, it's just like the bathroom and the well water. Yep. All right, so early village society. So this is going to help answer a quick question. So suddenly, like a special effect in a movie, two features that would play a divisive role in the future long-term history of West Central Africa appear simultaneously around 680 at a single. Totally new settlements in the far southern east section of our area of study. The features of the sedentary village and a domesticated bovine cattle. Given the present state of knowledge, the settlement of Dafuyu is so significant that one does well to open the subject by describing the finds therein in some detail. Moreover, such a description will familiarize the reader from the concrete archaeological evidence that have provided a foundation for this overall historical interpretation, which flow from these finds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 40 kilometers northwest of the Great Okavango Delta in the steeps of the Kalahari Three Hills, known as the male, female, and child, the components of the Sodillo Hills rise above the landscape. Later Stone Age foragers were attracted to them because of their spectrolite deposits, which they mined, produced cosmetics. Yes, they mined and produced cosmetics. There they also found abundant supplies of the easily stored mongongo nuts. Let me be real quick. If the Africans are over there mining and creating cosmetics, where the fuck was these indigenous black aboriginals of America that was supposed to be civilizing these people if they're already creating this shit to civilize themselves? I just had to throw that out there. Now, let me skip a little ahead, just talking about climate, shit we don't want to get into. All right. Hold on. Still late Stone Age. I told y'all I don't want to bore y'all. But the essence of building this, putting this together, starts in small groups, expands into much larger groups, and has everything to do with natural resources and being able to feed your village. So that's why we're talking early village life. Now we can see this already, but through the establishment of early village, we have the compensity to be able to put together that governance that allows one to take leadership of the village. And this is where you get usurpers and all of that, because if you don't agree with this village lineage, first of all, let me be clear, and I'm gonna say this for everybody, right? So when these small groups become larger and expand, and you have these leaders of the clans, and these leaders go on to be titled in such a way to be kinship, and kinship is passed down through the mother and not the father. It is the mother that holds stake to the kinship in these societies, right? Now, there's other shows that I have that we've already talked about this, but I am trying to give you a brief synopsis with sources. I'm trying to give you a brief synopsis of how these things are created. This is why I'm walking you through early villages, agriculture, husbandry, right, metallurgy, all of these things, because they provide us a pathway of understanding how societies are built. So yes, the mother had the power. The mother had the power. Not the father, the mother had the power. And the uncle would be jealous. So if there's a brother and sister, the lineage would run through the mother. And if she gets pregnant, right, has a kid, and I could be more specific and talk about Mali in the instance of Mansa Musa, how he comes to usurp the throne. You can look at the Malayan kings list and understand that. So when you say that there's kings, you're only a king of your village or this particular area or town, you have now tried to say that there is no one king of the continent of Africa, because there's no homogeneous culture in Africa. This is not like the United States of America. It's not. Totally different. So these kings were respected. These kings also had the ability to be able to trade, to do certain things, to solve conflict, and consult with their council of elders. There was a lineage there that provides that. I'm skipping ahead. I really want to get into this book and show y'all some shit, but I'm really trying to nip this in the bud. These are things that we understand. But it is through our evolution and our understanding of agriculture, husbandry, metallurgy, and other things that and technology that provide these societies to come together and build kinship. Come on, man. This is from the top of the dome. I need y'all to drop your spears in the chat. Give me some fire emojis. I'm lighting black fake Aboriginal power ass up right now. Because we don't know what he's saying. We're going to teach him. We don't need to know what he's saying. He's going to make us stupid. We dealt with the stupid shit earlier on. We're not going to let him make us stupid no more. So hold on. I'm getting to where I need to get to. But the basis of the premises of it all is food was resources. When I say resources, I'm referring to food and being able to have the tools to be able to make your food and reproduce the food and continue to keep things going. That was the premise of the society. That was the whole. Resources, protecting those resources. So when you run into other villagers from other areas, you could be able to defend and protect not only your village, but your resources. I really ain't even got to read the book because I'm basically I done ruined it for a lot of y'all, and I done already provided the basis of how this thing was built. Now, but there is some intricate pieces that I do want to that I do need to provide, and I'm to the person that wants to have an argument or talk about not have an argument, but talk about their argument that they were having with other people. I can provide you with the book, and you can be more. You can really. This is a really good book to tell you how societies are born, and gets into that. Okay. So of water, cattle, and kings. Let me get here. Single page. Zoom in. The constraints of the physical environments are the most evident and seem to be the most severe in the southernmost of the three great regions that make up West Central Africa. The region can be delimited to the north by the line between those who milk cattle and those who did not. For this practice is a reliable indicator of wholly different impact of the environments and the social cultural developments that occur to the north as compared to that of the south. All right. Let me skip ahead. I am really not trying to bore y'all. But there's something very significant here that I need to get into. Late in the 18th century, the Devians left. Okay. Exegeus site on the top of a female hill at Sodilo to the settlement of Ngoma on a larger, more accessible lower plateau 2 kilometers away. A little over a century later, new immigrants arrived and absorbed them into a new village, which attained its fullest development between 1000 and 1180. Ngoma was the abandoned and was contemporary small site of Kapoko, situated northwest of Sodilo on the Okavango River. The Ngomo site covered about 100 to 200 square meters, or about 2 hectares, and comprises 6 sections. It was sampled at a regular grid intervals. It was a series of excavations, 1 square meter of a total of 127 square meters. Excavations were made in 10 centimeter spits and reveal evidence for several occupations. So, you know, they're looking at this site. They have uncovered a site that's been inhabited by another group of people. People who originally established things there, left there, and went somewhere else to establish life elsewhere. From there, other people will come in and inherit it. Then you will see them pick up where other people left off and be able to advance themselves due to cattle, metallurgy, jewelry, copper, all kinds of other things that would help that group of people build. You get glass beads, you get all of this. So they got all of this evidence. So if you just came to a place that was inhabited by someone else who built it up to a degree, then abandoned it, and then you come and you inherit it, and you see you're bearing the fruits of labor from all the other people, you have now put your village into a position of power because you have resources to trade, which allow you wealth. Through that wealth, you can establish your kingdom. Yes, he gonna make us stupid. If I play the rest of the video, he gonna make us stupid. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Can't hold you. Not gonna make it up. He gonna try to make it for real. I'm finna show you. So this is one source that I wanted to really kind of get into, but I want to extend out my show to a 4-hour show, and I'm gonna just hit on and touch on a couple of points. Hold on. Let me stop here. I'm gonna show you what I mean by make us stupid. I'm gonna show you what I mean by make us stupid. 46-minute mark. Was it 46?
It's so much dealing with these Native Americans. They're trying to take a hold of our history. The
Listen to
debates on the planet, openly, scholarly. The image, and let's compare my phenotype. Let's compare my skin. Let's compare your hair. Right, the hair plays into the genetics as well. Eurasian, act like a Eurasian, dress like a Eurasian. It's a Eurasian, fam.
Yeah. Listen, they all pale skinned cousins to me. The Asian, the European, yeah, like you say, Caucasian.
I'm saying, can we look at that? We can look and see the people who snatching them up as well, brother, anti-social booby. So in that same image, in these mirrors, we can see observation, a phenotype, a hair texture, and a skin tone that's applied to these invaders, and we can apply it to science. We know that skin tone deal with a certain genetics.
Hold up, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to enter into Exhibit A. I would like to enter into the realm of Exhibit A. We are about to be played. We are about to be played.
These genetics is going to play into what your phenotype is. And then we know that your hair, right? The hair plays into the genetics as well. So off of that assumption, this accurate assumption, this observation, we can show that these people are from 2 totally different stocks. And we can look at the people today, like me, who's claiming to be an indigenous Aborigine. You compare me to some of the people who were snatching up these people in these Bowman Park Mendoza codexes, right? You compare me to the indigenous brother, the nigga that's in the image. And let's compare my phenotype. Let's compare my skin. Let's compare my hair. And then let's compare the people who claiming to be Native Americans today to them. They will come in more inclined to the people who's getting snatched up. So we have a revive and a reverse of history. And so Native Americans really,
he admits to listen, he admits a revive, a reverb of history. He's doing it.
you don't have no claims. We got some of the only debates on the planet openly, scholarly, with Native Americans, brother Antisocial Booby. We got two of them called Aboriginal versus Native Americans. It was 5-on-5.
He said the most, and then turns around and then says two of them.
For 5-on-3. It was 3 Aborigines, 5 Native Americans. You know how the Mexicans come. They always got to come a little extra deep. You know how it goes. And we wore their ass out, brother. You see what I'm saying? So it's so much dealing with these Native Americans. They're trying to take a hold of our history. The Aboriginal and American, the FBA, the nigger American is getting attacked from all angles, man. We getting attacked by Pan-Africans, Black nationalists who asking what have we did? What you doing your genealogy? What is that going to do? We can ask you the same question. You're talking to a movement that's in its inception. We're still organized. We're still unorganized. We're still in grassroots growing stages. We're just now mobiling. And we're being asked from a community. We've been asked from a community, brother Booby, that has been around since 1919, brother. Over 100 years. And haven't provided anything for so-called Negroes to benefit off of.
Now, I'm going to pause right there, because that is going to be for not a coincidence. He says, you heard him, not a coincidence, this so-called movement started has been around since 1911 and has not provided anything for so-called Black people in America. That's your show today. What video is this? I am about to show you. It's the Tariq Nasheed shit, which qualifies you for reparations. The timestamp is the 46-minute mark. That is your show. I am putting the onus on you to deliver. Because I see you in the chat. That's for you. He said, I was already on it. He talking to an FBA. But that's for you. Right? Now, we can easily disprove what he just said. But I ain't done with the kinship shit because I need to make fun of him. So let me make fun of him. So back to my kinship shit. I needed to play that for not a coincidence because I would have forgot. The timestamp is the 46-minute point, 4600 exactly. You can go back to 45:30, but the timestamp is 46-minute mark. I got you. All the way. No. I'm not going to play it again, Callie. I got the timestamp. 46-minute mark. I got you. You ain't got to play my video. You can go directly to his video at the 46-minute mark or a little before, and you can let him ride out not a seat. That's your show today. So, what exactly is a king and what distinguishes him from an ordinary people? Do kings and queens forge their own autonomous historical actors, or are they created by wider social structures and processes? Are they predators or peacemakers? And do the systems of dynastic rule they preside over function by cohesion or by consent? How, in other words, are one-studied rituals and royalty or people persuaded to acquiesce to a polity where the distribution of power is manifestly unequal and unjust and is invariably is? Those are the questions. Africa's diverse people have long had, it says diverse peoples have long had their own debates about these questions. I played that because I was going to forget not to see it, and I needed to do that while you was right here. But back to my kinship shit. As everywhere, the nature of political power has been gradually worked out, experimented with, modified, and contested over time. Africans also developed their own ways of recording and celebrating, and sometimes critiquing the history of dynastic states and the kings who ruled over them. As we will see in this chapter that follows, recovering and interpreting of political traditions remains a key task for the continent's present-day historians. I didn't want to go without providing this information. The first point to make is that the production of knowledge about Africa and its people took place in a particular historical context. The increasingly unequal encounter between the continent and the world beyond in the age of European imperialism. This culminated in the violence and dispositions of European conquest and partitioning of Africa in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, from which only the ancient kingdoms of Ethiopia emerged as an independent state. In the opening phase of global interactions, European enslavers, explorers, missionaries, envoyers, and ultimately, I'm on page 3. Ultimately, conquerors will all drawn to Africa's royal courts. That is, to recognize authority figures with whom they could negotiate or do business, like early Arabic accounts of Africa, south of the Sahara Desert. The records of these contacts, therefore, tend to stress the prominence of powerful kings, savage or barbaric kings, in the ugly racial language of the time, but the rulers of centralized kingdoms nonetheless. As the age of European exploration and commercial penetration gave way to the conquest, it was the same kings and their associated ruler elites who were often best placed to negotiate the terms of colonial rule. Despite having lost most of their authority, they used what they remained to try to control the knowledge in the past of their own role in it. Kings, that is to argue, were clearly of great historical importance, but in some cases they might not have been quite as important as outside observers, or they themselves sought to demonstrate. Let me pause. This is how remedial his whole claim about the kings and talk about the kings is. In middle school, between the ages of the grades of 6th and 8th grade, they talk about powerful active African kingdoms. 6th to 8th grade. They are talking about powerful African kingdoms. Let me show you how the kids know more than a fucking 40-year-old YouTuber who claims to be indigenous to some shit he don't even know nothing about. Here we have a map of ancient and medieval sub-Saharan African states. In these states are all kingdoms. From the Wolof, Songhai, Ghana, Mali, Ife, Benin, Congo, Luba, Mutupe, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Swahili Coast, the Ethiopian empires of Abyssinia, Axum, Diamant, Elodia, Kemet, Kush, Hausa, Canaan, Borno, Nok, Nuts. So many more that could be named that ain't named right there in the image. The teacher gave handouts of a map of early African civilizations. She asked them to name and approximate dates of civilizations. In each category, she provided, according to that map, what were the advantages of the kingdom's locations. She wants to know, just all off the top of the head. Trade, innovation, contact. So she challenged, they challenged 6th through 8th graders to learn about these kingdoms, provide information in those kingdoms, give up their geographical locations, what they were trading in, what their expertise were in, their innovations, achievements, and so forth. They even handed shit out like this. Kush. Kush was a kingdom in northern Africa in the region corresponding to modern-day Sudan. Then the ships were laden, silver, gold, copper, clothing, and everything on Northland. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about kinship and kingdoms in Africa, it all boils down to trade. What natural resources that you could protect, build up, and trade, and build your empire from that. You could take a small society and grow it bigger because you have control over resources that other people want. And in that, you build up your military might, prowess, and your kingdom. Because now you can open it up and spread it. You can get into places whereas you were not at before because you were small. But because you found a local spot and you got all these things going on, you can do what you need to do. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa today, there is a mother that has 20 kids in the village in which she lives. Her family rules over the village. Do y'all know why they rule over the village? They are the largest family in the village. Because they are the largest family in the village and they can acquire more natural resources than everyone else in the village depends on the lady with the 20 kids. And essentially, if that evolves into anything other than that, when the kids become a little bit older, they're able to, if it was still the old times, establish a kinship and a kingdom that would be able to help them rule more than anything else. Because they can acquire way more than everybody else around them. But again, 6 to 8 graders are far beyond where these other motherfreakings are on the internet when it comes to understanding kingdoms, kinship, and why they established what they established. It is very important for you to know what these kingdoms brought forth to Africa, how they were established and developed. We just keep it simple. We ain't got to go crazy. In Africa, where kinship provided the underlying structure of society, social networks and ritual power appear to be the core of the notion of power and the emergence of political complexity. In studying those developments and how African political systems challenged simplest neo-evolutionary models as they kept moving back and forth from lineage to kingdom, it may be useful to focus first on understanding how egalitarian societies became centralized states with a king. So, to the person that really want me to go all the way in because they want to learn more about kinship and kingdoms in Africa so that I can help you in your argument or redirect you in your argument, I did a whole build on that, and I'm going to send that to you when I get the time. But there is a book written by J.A. Crowder, Ajah Crowder, and Michael Crowder and J. Ajay. I'll put their names together. It's called A History of West Africa. And in volume 1 of A History of West Africa, it walks us right through exactly what I've been saying the entire time on how shit was established. On this same channel, on the Mossy Warrior Clan YouTube channel, I did this presentation years ago. It is called From the Windows of West Africa. And that's what that information is compiled in. And it's a long presentation. It's like 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. But it's a long one. But anyway, although many famous kingdoms on the continent have flourished in the past, little is known about their origins. In order to use archaeology to study those processes, we need a better understanding of the nature of kingship. and thus to find ways to identify the sacred dimension of power in African archaeological record, in that the perspective we should focus on remains of palaces and pre-colonial cities, as well as burial centuries and regalia. This is all in French as well. Same shit. So, to the encyclopedia nerds out there in the world, kinship is always ritualized to some extent. Since the beginning of the 20th century, scholars have sought unsuccessfully to define a particular type of cultic complex in Africa as divine kinship. Many now prefer the looser term sacred kinship. Two opposed arguments dominate this and anthropolitical discussions of ritual. One derived from the work of English anthropologist James Fraser dwells on purportedly distinct set of ideas in which personal physical health of the king is responsible for the generosity of the nature and the well-being of his people. The other, derived from the French sociologist Emile Durkheim, treats such ideas as expressions of social political realities rather than as primary factors. The sociological view predominated in the 1940s, but in the 60s, anthropologists renewed their interest in Fraser's thesis. This continues to tell you more. I'm not going to dwell on that. Okay, I am providing sourced material to my viewers. I am not sitting on a panel talking out the side of my freaking neck. Lo and behold, I'm going to give you another one. Divine kinship in West Africa. This is a good one. Now, in African, divine kings are still to be found performing ritual functions even under changed conditions of modern times. Attention is drawn here to two of the most prominent peoples of West Africa, the Ashanti and the Yoruba. The kings, now often called chiefs or paramount chiefs, were addressed as kings by early European travelers and administrators until their present century. They were sovereign rulers, divine kings, both traditional and charismatic in Weber's terms. Some of them ruled over 1 million or more people. The Ashanti state is composed of a number of divisions called the Omen, a nation, comprising the capital town and a number of villages. The chief is the Omenhene. Over the whole state of the Ashanti and the king of Ashanti, with this capital of Kumasi, the kings and the chiefs are chosen from the royal lineage. Any male member thereof being eligible, but the candidate has to be physically perfect. The queen mother, the apparently insignificant old woman who Mary Kingsley said would crouch behind the throne and mutter, "Do not listen to the white woman, the white man. It is bad for you." Nominates a suitable candidate for the kingship. He has to be approved both by the elders and by the commoners. The later having it saying, "Prince does not install a king. That is the prerogative of the commoners who will serve him. A king can be dethroned or destilled by those who have elected him, that is ultimately by the common people. This may be done for chronic drunkenness, cruelty, impotence, or madness. Nowadays, both election and destillment must also have approval of governor. This is why you have matrilineal and patrilineal societies on the continent. And in many West African places, it runs through the fucking mother. The Ashanti religion gives great place to the cult of ancestors, and this has been brought by modern writers. The king, what the king do? He acts as an intermediary between the royal ancestors and the royal nation. Both smaller chiefs and the king of the whole state are installed in similar fashion. The chief elected in the stool house were all the stools of his ancestors blackened with the soot and the blood of the oil of sacrifice. He is lowered and raised 3 times upon the stool of his most famous ancestors, thus being brought into contact with him. The Ashantian is held by the special officials and lowered and raised 3 times over the golden stool. I don't want to get no more into the Ashanti. I want to go a little bit into the next, which they get into. All right. So among the Yoruba of Nigeria, there's long been a strong kinship organization. The Eastern Kingdom of Benin is traditionally derived from the Yoruba stock and also in one subject to Yoruba Kingdom. Though it was later independent, it was known as a separate kingdom by the Portuguese in 1485. The Yoruba then extended the Niger in the east across most of the southwestern Nigeria into Dahomey and Togoland in the west. They number some 4 million people. According to the legend of all different branches of the Yoruba people descended from a common ancestor, Oduduwa, who founded the sacred city of Ife. Ife is the place where since 1938 there have been unearthed the fine naturalistic bronze and terracotta heads of the past kings. Some of them apparently 600 or 700 years old. Oduduwa is said to have had 7 children, some say 16. And the primary kings traced their descent from him and recognized the spiritual headship of the Oni, the king of Ife. There's the temple of Oduduwa at Ife, to which not only chiefs but modern national societies pay homage. There are 3 ranks of Yoruba rulers. The Oba, he wears a beaded crown from the fringe of the veils and to trace their origins to Ife. The second is the Oleo, may wear a beaded hat without a veil. The third is Ballet, we can get Ben to substantiate, who has no right to wear beads. A modern town in Ibadan, largest Negro city in the world, simply has a town chief with little ritual function. Beaded crowns, veils, gowns, slippers, footstools, staffs, and umbrellas from the royal regalia. Nobody else was allowed to use beaded objects with the exception of a few important priests. The king is regarded as the sacred because of his descent from preceding chiefs and Oduduwa. He is chosen in rotation among the royal lineage. Although nowadays a great deal of money is spent in obtaining support in an ambitious candidate, kingmakers are responsible for the nomination of election of the king, who must be physically perfect. When the name of their candidate is announced, there are frequently demonstrations of rivalry and insults against the king-to-be, after which time it is taboo to utter any evil against the king. The king can be dethroned by a vote of the counselors and must then commit suicide or go into exile. What you mean, no sound? Y'all can't hear me? Y'all can't hear me at all? Oh, okay. You done broke the bill. Talking about no sound. Oh, look at you. User error. They messed up the whole bill. All right, where were we at? The rituals of the enthronement are longer and vary from place to place. They usually involve a recapitalization of the circumstances of foundation of kingdom and of a migration of its rulers from the sacred city of Ife. The principal rite is a visit to the royal mausoleum, and in some towns the king is crowned here. I don't want to go too far there. I gave you a little synopsis of that, but yes, just like in among the Ashanti, there's also a queen mother, right, who does the crowning of the king, and the king was not supposed to have a natural mother. And if she was still alive at his accession, she was asked to go to sleep. Then he came under the care of several official royal mothers, one of whom had charged the royal insignia, which she could withhold if she did not approve of the candidate for the throne. It was her privilege to place the beaded crown on the king's head. The royal robes are put on him, a chain of beads around his neck, and a staff of sword of mercy in his hands. So among the Yoruba, it is what it is. It keeps you later. So that's a general idea of kinship in Africa from 2 different distinct locations, plus what we know from everywhere else. I'm not going to play another inkling of a word from the idiot. We already know that the idiot is stupid. I do want to double down on just a little bit more knowledge about kinship and go back to Levitian. and let him talk a little bit about some stuff. So in the middle of the 17th century, the authors of the Tariq al-Sudan and the Fatish recorded old sayings that the first kings of Ghana had been white. So if you get Spears of Democracy Volume 2, you can understand why I wrote, I talked about the land of Badan, you know, the land of the whites. And this notion that Africans, these phenotypically black people, couldn't build these kingdoms. They were giving credence to white people. You know, the same credence that Aboriginal power is giving to white people, because he said that Africans were white people and the white people were brought to the Americas as slaves, and that black people been in the Americas for a long time, and the Americas is the ancestral. Is he saying that America is the ancestral home for the Negro, the black? Because he said when the white people arrived, there was tons of black people. The Native Americans wasn't even here. He just rewrote entire history. Then he doesn't understand societies in Africa. Then he turns around and tries to double down and talk about kinship, and to a degree, and say that, yeah, you might have been a king of your village or your town, but you weren't a king of Africa. Motherfucker, everybody had a village, clan, all of that. Listen, there was numerous. It was too many kings. Too many kings. But anyway, let me move on from this. However, the emergence of the earliest kingdoms close to the desert was by no means accidental, and a certain northern influence must be taken into account. The Sahara, in modern research, convincingly indicates was not a complete barrier between tropical Africa and the Mediterranean. The story of the Sahara over thousands of years may be interpreted from rock paintings and engravings. Until about the 4th millennia BC, the Sahara was humid and well watered, with rivers and lakes suggested by engravings of elephants, rhinoceroses, giraffes, hippopotami, crocodile, and fish. But we all know the Sahara dried up and it disappeared and it became a desert, right? So then there became these trade routes and these distinct locales that separated northern Africa to below the Sahara, right? So you have all of these different things that are going on geographically and using geology that we can understand these different times as the evolution of the earth is transpiring, or, you know, weathering all of this stuff. And then we began to see this Sahelian or Saharan trade transpire, and the people who were broken into that. But blacks inhabited below the Sahara, and we established our ancestors and people who we descend from helped create and establish these kingdoms, these empires, and these caliphs that provided great stability and leadership throughout the continent and in many countries and places in West, Central, South, East, and even in Northeast Africa. All right, so let me put Levisian down. Let me put him down. I need to get to something real quick. Hold on 1 second, because this is how I wanna end. I gotta take Elijah. I gotta drop Elijah off. He gotta get his hair done. But before I take him, I gotta make sure that I leave y'all with the best of the best of the best. No, that's not the Tariq. No. Taharka, no. So Eric Christopher says that research is not being a parrot. That is absolutely correct. Therefore, that is why I always present my work. However, when we present information in regard to talking about history, evidence is always required. You shall not speak without evidence. This ain't an Aboriginal channel. We provide sources, my nigga. So when we say things like Africans been establishing shit, we were black, we were descendants, we are descendants of Africans, we provide evidence for such. Don't come over here with that mumbo jumbo, bro. Talking about research is not being a parrot. I don't parrot shit. I write books, my nigga. I provide sources, my nigga. So you gotta talk to him like that for listening audience. You gotta talk to him like that because he don't know what the fuck he talking about. So don't come in my chat with your stupidity. Talking about researchers not being a parrot. I basically said everything that I needed to say without a source. But to substantiate what I'm saying, it is always going to be in the best interest of me to provide a source. I don't freestyle. Because that's how you catch Aboriginal power lying to people. Now, I want to bring y'all back to the basic laws of human stupidity because it looks like to me, Eric Christopher in the chat is one of these stupid people, but he ain't got no power. You know, these cult leaders are the ones who develop the power. So, like all human creatures, also stupid people vary enormously in their capacity to affect their fellow men. Some stupid people normally cause only limited losses, while others egregiously succeed in causing ghastly and widespread damage, not only to one or two individuals, but to entire communities or societies. Look at where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Stupid people are ruining communities and societies. The damaging potential of the stupid person depends on two major factors. First of all, it depends on the genetic factor. Some individuals inherit exceptional doses of the gene of stupid, and by virtue of the inheritance, they belong from the birth to the elite of their group. The second factor, which determines the potential of a stupid person, is related to the position of power and the consequence which he occupies in society. Among bureaucrats, generals, politicians, and heads of states, one has little difficulty in finding clear examples of basically stupid individuals whose damaging capacities was or is alarming, enhanced by the position of power which they occupied or occupy. Religious dignitaries should not be overlooked. The question that reasonable people often raise is how and why stupid people can reach positions of power and consequence. Class and caste were the social arrangements which favored the steady supply of stupid people to positions of power in most societies of their pre-industrial world. Religion was another contributing factor. In the modern industrial world, class and caste are banished both as words and as concepts, and religion is fading away. But in the lure of class and caste, we have political parties and bureaucracies, and in the lure of religion, we have democracy. Within a democratic system, general elections are a most effective instrument to ensure the steady maintenance of fractional among the powerful. One has to keep in mind that according to the second basic law, the fraction of the voting population are stupid people, and elections offer to all of them once a magnificent opportunity to harm everybody else without gaining anything from their action. They do so by contributing to the maintenance of the level among those in power. The power of stupidity. And then I'm gonna get out of here. Unless, you know, I can't open the panel. And you know what? I am gonna open the panel. I'm gonna open the panel, switch to my phone, you know what I'm saying? Unshare my screen. Let whoever rock out, or whoever want to build on it, we can continue the conversation because I want to get him dropped off, come back, and I really want to go in on stupid people. It is not difficult to understand how social, political, and institutional power enhances the damaging potential of stupid persons. But one still has to explain and understand what essentially it is that makes stupid persons dangerous to other people. In other words, what constitutes the power of stupidity? The man said that black people are indigenous to the Americas and the country was full of black people, and the Africans are white people and they were enslaved and brought to the Americas. There is not a slave manifest on the face of this earth that says that white people were enslaved in Africa and brought to America. Not a one. Not a slave void site, not a primary source, none of that. How and why in the fuck would you say that on a live show, Aboriginal Power? And then continue to convey yourself in an essence of ignorance, thinking that you're smart. You are, my friend, not my friend, you are stupid. Here's why. Essentially, stupid people are dangerous and damaging because reasonable people find it difficult to imagine and understand unreasonable behavior. I can't understand why you would say such a stupid thing. An intelligent person may understand the logic of a bandit. The bandit's actions follows a pattern of rationality, nasty rationality, if you like, but it's still rationality. The bandit wants a plus on his account. Since he is not intelligent enough to devise ways of obtaining the plus as well as providing you with a plus, he will produce his plus by causing a minus to appear on your account. All this is bad, but it is rational. And if you're rational, you can predict it. You can foresee a bandit's actions, his nasty maneuvers and ugly aspirations, and often can build up your defenses. With a stupid person, all this is absolutely impossible, as explained by the third basic law. A stupid creature will harass you for no reason, for no advantage, without any plan or scheme, and at the most improbable times and places. You have no rational way of telling if and when and how and why the stupid creature attacks. When confronted with a stupid individual, you are completely at his mercy because the stupid person's actions do not conform to the rules of rationality. It follows that one is generally caught by surprise by the attack. B, even when one becomes aware of the attack, one cannot organize a rational defense because the attack itself lacks any rational structure. So when we're on Not a Coincidences channel and he opens his panel and he starts goddamn getting bored with after he done already debunked everything, and he say, let me bring an abo up, let's have some fun. He doesn't realize that he just exposed us to stupid people. And in exposing us to these stupid people, they catch us by surprise by the shit they say on the live streams, and now we're dumbfounded and we're like, how in the fuck did we get here? So the fact that the activity and movements of stupid creatures are absolutely erratic and irrational not only makes defense problematic, but it also makes any counterattack extremely difficult, like trying to shoot at an object which is capable of the most improbable, unimaginable movements. This is what both Dickens and Schiller had in mind when the former stated that with stupidity and sound digestion, man may front much. And the latter wrote that against stupidity, the very gods fight in vain. I'm going to stop right there. Y'all get the point. We're dealing with stupid people. Clear cut. Stupid people. The man said that Africans are white. The people that were enslaved, those millions of Africans, were white people that were brought on those slave ships to the Americas where they encountered the Negroes. That's what he's saying. So if he is saying that, explain to me how the old world, how the Negroes in America survived the old world diseases, because we are susceptible to new diseases we've never encountered. COVID just proved that to you niggas. So how, why, when, where in the fuck does this even transpire? He's a revisionist. He openly admits it. He says the most outlandish things. He doesn't know anything about Africa, yet he continues to try to pull Africa and Pan-Africans in a direction of stupidity. Pan just means all. Africans just mean continent. We're all Africans. Even the white people, they're Africans. They descended from us, right? That's what y'all want to say fundamentally, that everyone is African. However, culturally, we are distinctly different. But when we refer to Africa, we are talking about people in West and Central Africa, specifically, right? And South Africa, East Africa, specifically, and in some case, North Africa, specifically. We know exactly who we're talking about. We're not generalizing. We also know that Africa is a continent with many countries involved in it. And in that, we know distinctively that all these people are uniquely different and separate. So, anybody want to join, bro, you can join. I'm only doing this right now because I'm letting Not a Coincidence get his time in, right? Get his time in to do what he need to do. So for his show, he prepared. And then when I need to come in with that book, Not a C, I can come in with that book. And we can get to work. If you joining, I need you to join now while I'm right here in front of it, because I ain't got Kofi. Look, I ain't logged in from my phone, so I can't add people. So if I leave from right here right now and you're trying to join, I ain't gonna be able to add you in, and I'm just gonna be on here with myself, talking to myself, looking in the chat. Yeah, Eric ain't here no more. He left. Because I gotta get him somewhere in 20 minutes. So give me a second. I'm gonna come right back and see if somebody right here, and then I'm gonna continue it for a little bit. Or you know what? Fuck it, ain't nobody coming up. Oh, there we go. There go Lucky. Cool. Lucky here. Who else coming?
Y'all know Callie. Come on, Callie. What you got going on, man?
Yeah, Callie got a lot to say. There you go. There goes Shermer. I ain't heard from him in a long time. Your device not connected, Shermer. Not a C right there.
Peace, son. Good show, man.
What's going on? Appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna mute join for my cell phone real quick. I'm waiting on yeah, there I go right there. I don't want no echo. What up, Seth? What up, Callie? I'm gonna mute the mic.
What's happening?
You good? Come on.
Bro, I tell you, I'm tired of these dudes, bro. Especially with some of these crazy outlandish claims. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Okay, cool. No, I said I'm just tired of these dudes with all these outlandish claims. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's getting insane at this point, especially what's going on in Florida, right? So you see that they're trying to cancel Black history in Florida, and it's something that's likely to spread across southern states. And you got these dudes really aiding or assisting in that type of behavior by denying what actually happened, taking white folks off the hook, and meanwhile making up claims and trying to hijack, African American and indigenous history. Craziness, bro. Just insanity. Then you also have dumbass people like Patrick Gabriel, Root Words, Smoke Signal, and a whole bunch of others out here just freestyling, making up bullshit on a regular basis, or making up nonsense, trying to keep it clean, right? So, man, I don't know, man. I'm just tired of this, man. This dude over here, Aboriginal power, going out of his way, lying, saying that white folks are the indigenous people of Africa, while saying that black folks, we were here already, right? We were here. We went to Africa and brought over white people. It's a ridiculous claim with no proof whatsoever, just freestyling it. And I just love how their favorite word is Slavs, the Slavs, right? The Slavs. So, I don't know, man. I'm just sick of these dudes, bro. Had enough of them. But you have to continue to combat and to challenge them and to present evidence for their outlandish claims. It's imperative that we never give up, that we never avoid, directly confronting their claims. Because whenever their claims, it falls on its face, because they can't actually provide you with evidence that will actually support their claim. Because if they actually provide you with a source, either their source is going to come from some pseudo site, like with the crack that we saw earlier. If you were on Hubert's channel earlier, this dude can't. One of the sources this dude put up, like, I know. You saw that source that dude put in the back chat. Oh my God, bro.
You talking about the one about the Nephilims?
That, and then there was another one too. It was called Ancient something, right? I forgot the name. Ancient crazy claim.
AncientOrigins.net.
Yeah, Ancient Origins. Yeah. I mean, what are we doing, bro? I have to start asking. I mean, but I guess you have to accept that we have stupid people walking around in our community too. I think we have to accept that. Now, we don't have to allow them to get all their nonsense off without being challenged, though. We can't allow.
I like what Sean did today, though. We got to separate between the bandits and the stupids. You know what I'm saying? We got the stupid. We know who stupid is. That's smoke. We know that's root word. You know what I mean? The ones who don't provide nothing, only losses. You know what I'm saying? We know who those people are. But it's good to see the separate the factions or whatever, separate them in a little I don't know what to call them bitches, but yeah, he definitely a bandit.
No, we gotta call the stupid people versus the pan pseudos, which you're seeing, right? You're seeing amalgamation of all these people. They're starting to work together. That's what we've been seeing this for the last month, right?
Yeah, they have no choice but to work together. Their numbers are dwindling, so they have to lean on each other. You know what I mean? For strength. You know how to strengthen numbers. You know that saying. So they feel stronger together. When they get caught out of bounds when it's just the Hebrew going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? They feel strong when they can throw some flat earth in there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you saw how quickly I debunked that giant myth, right? That's when I came out, and then he still tried to debate it right after that. I'm like, bruh. Then he goes out to pull out. I literally just in my source, I actually provided evidence that those claims were made back in the 1920s. Going back to even to the 1800s, right? And he literally goes back. I think it was debunked like in the 1940s, I believe it was, early 1940s. And he goes out, he pulls out a source from 1934, a New York Times source about giants. Bro, what are you doing, bro? Like, your source is garbage, bro. I already pulled it out that you've been debunked. You in back then in 19, who knows what they're doing.
The revised story. He ain't get the revised version.
I know.
Get that crazy as hell, man.
It didn't matter. He wanted to argue anyway. And then you got Smoke Signal and other idiots coming out. They're all trying. I'm like, you guys are trying to work together. The tandem just sounds stupid and incoherent. You have no proof. You have no merit to your claim. You have no merits to your claim whatsoever. Nothing can back up the information that you're putting out there. Once we challenge it, because that's why they have to be so vague and aloof. You know what I mean? You ever noticed that whenever the abos are trying to put out information, and you want to try to get the source that they're using. They try to be vague as hell, or they try to hide it because they don't want you to get go debunk it or read through the whole site or whatever it is, source. Because a lot of times the source hurts them.
They either tuck the source or they say that the catchphrase "dodge the hijack," and we know that's just pseudo language for this finna beat me up, but don't worry about that. Like, nigga, we know what that shit says. It don't say nothing that you say. Like with the Admiral Byrd, they got. I'm calling them Aboriginal Byrd now, because at this point they done turned that man into a flat earther. He ain't even made none of them claims, and there's even evidence to suggest that he might not even made it to some of the claims that he even made. Like they still debate if he even made it to the North Pole. So we doing the most with Admiral Byrd, like he's Ferdinand Magellan and shit like that. And it's like, bro, we gotta stop.
I need to turn him into Superman, bro.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. That nigga's what the nigga name? Magneto.
Bro, what happened? How did all the Aboriginals become flat earthers though, bro? What the hell did that happen?
So, Kelly, you very familiar. You've been in the Abo game for a minute.
I've been around for.
You familiar?
I didn't know they were all flat earthers, bro. I didn't know that until like this year.
Man, they all Hebrew flat earthers, brother. All of them. There's not a single one of them that don't believe in Paleo Hebrew, and ain't a single one of them that don't believe the earth is flat.
And now we going to giants? I mean, what is it? What, do they believe every fucking fairy tale that ever existed?
Everything that's opposite of the norm or the consensus, they dive right in head first.
Yeah, like this dude was talking about 20-foot giants, bro, existed. I'm like, bro, stop.
Nah, he was talking about giants, but the article was talking about a 7-foot person, and it's like, nigga.
I know. I said, bro, we got like Shaq walking around on Earth. Like that's some abnormal thing. But he acting like these people like. But one of the articles I read, it did discuss about how people were making claims of like 20-foot bones being found, which was found to be false. Even after all that, dude, like, well, that's just what you say. That's not what I'm saying, bro. We got a source to verify that this shit is bullshit. Nonsense, bro. It's garbage, but it just doesn't matter to these people. It's just craziness. There's almost nothing you can say or show to convince these people, which tell you these people they have a cult mindset. And it's just that these people think that everything is a conspiracy. Everything is covered up. Meanwhile, these dudes will be the first ones to tell you you can't use white sources, while they always use white sources. That always drives me up the wall as well. If you look, have you noticed like most of their sources are some crazy ass white dude saying something?
Cali, all of them are. Name one that isn't where they got you can't name one. That's it. All of them.
Yeah, even the giant stories come from white folks. All that shit, like, bro, everything you guys push. Then they were like, man, you guys are using white folks. You want to believe what some people believe. Then they go put on the video some white dude saying something crazy about Earth being flat. I'm like, you guys don't see it? You guys don't see what you guys are saying? You guys are hypocrites.
Yeah. Or when we do use the black people, you know what I'm saying, when we talking about the history and shit, they'll say, oh, they're bootleg.
Or agents.
Guy, he from the 1800s, but they'll call him a CIA agent. But it don't make no goddamn sense.
Man, I was disturbed by all the shit this morning. I was like, we had like 4 pseudos on the panel this morning. I said, bro, oh, y'all crazy, bro. I'm not no pseudo. Nigga, you talking about alkaline water. Alkaline diet saves everything. Cures everything. That's loony. I said, you in the group with them other crazies, bro. Yes, you are. You believe Dr. Sebi is a genius. You believe that he got it all right. He was pseudo as hell.
Yeah,
I don't get it, bro.
I don't get it either. Sometimes you just be lost for words, man, because it's like you can show them it like that. Like this morning, y'all with root words, which I was doing with root words. You can show them it all types of different ways, and they just still don't want to be wrong. It's a damn shame.
Yeah, Real Rap even tried to help him out a little bit. I said, Real Rap, you trying to help this dude? He don't care. He's gonna fight you because he believes that Abo shit is the Abo blood type is real. You can't convince him that. He finally had to give up. I'm like, yeah, you dumb. I said, I told you, bro. He believes that there's an Abo blood type. That's loony. That's loony. Even though we showed, I said, bro, how come you never click it? I said, he did the same exact thing that I said he always does. I said, he don't click links. He'll Google something. He'll see the front page, read a little bit of that, and run with it.
Yeah, he funny as hell. Hey, now of course, tell Kelly he been claiming ABO for a minute.
Well, for a minute, we dealt with that shit a couple times, and no matter what we show him, it don't matter. But yeah, he's been there for a long time. A lot of them used to say it even more, but you don't hear it that much.
Where now he's saying he believe DNA.
I feel like they hiding. Like we see root words, but we don't see what's your boy? We don't see Ty Sam.
Now where Tashana been at?
Right, Tashawn. I think he's disappointed in the community, so he kind of not showing his face.
Ever since that scamming shit, he was hurt behind that shit. He was hurt. Word.
So yeah, man, I don't know. They numbers looking crazy. They got to get some new they got to appoint some new generals. You know what I mean? You know how they gave them boys they roll and you know how many Pan-Africans they block in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So.
Fuck it. But you see, they try to have you know they try to bring in like the ADOS and the FBA and the Israelites, and they'll try to find a common ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what? I don't let them dudes breathe on. I don't let them dudes breathe on IG. Soon as I see them dumb comments, I'll go after them right away. I even had one dude say, "You always saying something. Why are you always going to respond to every one of our comments?"
Because this shit ain't right. That's why. As long as you saying dumb shit, I'm gonna be here. That's it. That's all it boils down to me. Whoa. Like, why don't you leave us alone? No. Stop saying silly shit.
Yeah, I'm not letting you get that dumb shit off.
Ooh. Oh, you
they been saying the
motherfucker.
dumbest shit, bro. Like that shit I heard today, bro. This morning, Kelly, that shit was outrageous. He was really, yeah. That nigga said so. He was like, "You trying to tell me if you holding a basketball?" I'm like, brother, nobody said the earth was shaped like a basketball. First of all, nigga. Like they always they build up these arguments to defeat that nobody's talking. Like, nigga.
Yeah.
It's all you got to do. They always love to say, all you got to do is fly over Antarctica. Just fly over Antarctica. I was like, shut up. I'm sick of that talking point. God,
that nigga said the first time I got on a plane, I knew it was flat. Nigga,
no, you didn't.
Flat earther in '89, nigga. I don't want to hear that shit.
I'm just too scared to go mess something else up.
These dudes who saw social media made all these dudes super pseudo.
Exactly.
That's reality.
And they do the same shit with the Indian shit too. They know they just became an Abo in 2019, but they get on this bitch and say, I've been an Abo since 85 when my grandma told me he was Indian. It's
no, half these dudes are pandemic Abos. That's when they start calling a lot of these dudes, bro. These pandemic Abos, because that's what a lot of them dudes became Abos.
That's what it is, but you talking about you ain't right until you back by Western academia. This the thing though, Smoke. Western academia is trying to back the Abos now. They saying the slavery was good for Abos.
Move.
What you got to say about that? You know what I'm saying? Smoke? Like, that's what's so funny. When you know they've been parroting these talking points for so long, they walk and step in step with the white supremacists, that this type of law can change over, and the abos is rooting. They ready. They like, see, we told y'all slavery was fake.
Yeah, I don't think they understand the ramifications of what they're doing. Like we see it. It's just all just not to be African. I don't get it. I really it don't make no damn sense. What's so bad about being of African descent? Who told them that being black and African was bad? What, white people told you that? So you still listening to white people?
Yeah, he got to. And them the only ones saying that.
I grew up where, you know, in the era of black power, black is beautiful, shit like that. So I don't know. Shit is weird.
I the same here, bro.
Right?
Same here. I was born in '77, bro. So I remember growing up listening to all that. So
yeah, I'm born in '83. So that's what was drilled in my mind. It was never black as you're dead in the eyes of the law and all this other dumb shit. Whoa.
I ain't heard
that's what we never heard about no abo shit, man. Growing up in the '80s, that didn't exist, or the '90s.
Yeah.
Some new age nonsense.
And it's so new age, Kev, that they are white man's talking point. You keep going back far enough, you'll find a white man at the head of it. So it's like, brother, they're not even old enough for you guys to have taken and made your own claims. You are literally parroting another white person's talking points, and we can follow it back in real time.
At a time, right? At a time where technology wasn't where it is today. It was very racist because everybody they're using is from the early 1900s, late 1800s. Scientific racism was a big part of science, right? There wasn't even no separate. Like nobody's calling somebody pseudo because they said, a black person is inferior to a white person. So you had a time when this is happening where race is a big thing, right? Now you hear there's no such thing as race. Race in science was a big thing. You had all these people coming up with, it was 20 races, 5 races, 3 races, or any number in between. They don't take none of that into consideration, right? But the science we got today is wrong. But back then, 100 years ago, 150 years ago is right. That shit makes no fucking sense.
Just remember Alexander Von Walthenau. You might want to call him one of the granddaddies of this shit.
Yeah, all the Germans, the granddaddies of this. They run around with these talking points, and then they tell us that we parrot they talking points. It's like, brother, you calling Africans primitive. Nobody says that. Nobody even says the word Mongocentric. Like, who says that stuff? But white supremacists from the 18th century.
Your boy Ling Ling. That sound like Ling Ling.
You Bantu. You Bantu backwards bastards, and all you Pan-African Bantu speakers.
Mama coincidence.
You already know, like every 10th word is gonna be Bantu, right? See Ling Ling, right? Oh man, his voice is annoying as hell, bro. I'm sorry. I see him if he was talking in front of me. I'm not saying I want to be violent, but I'd have to chop him in the throat just to shut him up. I just don't want to hear him talk, man.
You might fuck around and add some bass to his voice. Shit. Put some character in this nigga vocal cords or something.
Something.
Like if you want to torture somebody, just let him talk to him. I'm telling you, that dude, you be wanting to, call it a life. When him talking, like, bro, just make it stop.
Ready to hang right up, fucking with him, man. Real. But like, just like he has one strategy. It's just to attack. It's not even to listen to respond. Like, how do we get them to listen to respond instead of just waiting their turn to say what they're talking for. That's what I be trying to figure out. Like,
You gotta
talking about the filibustering? The filibustering?
Nah, you gotta hit him with that old Chief Old McDonald. That's how you really do. That shit gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Start talking about that ancient Mayan Confederacy. Yeah, motherfucker gonna listen.
Oh man. Yeah, they done twisted everything. Ancient Mayan Confederacy.
You know what I'm saying? Ling Ling had all those DNA sources in the back. I'm like, bro, do you know what you posting back here? All those scientific articles hurt you. They don't help you. Then when you get the updated shit, it kill you even more. But none of those scientific articles supported you. But I don't know, man. They're just trying to look for anything.
They don't even, like you said, how root word is the most genuine with it. Like, he'll let you know he didn't read it by the fact that he don't even click on the link. These guys, they fake it. Like, they clicked on the link and read it. They just own the link. They ain't looking to that shit. It said 3-4 words that they saw in the Google search. So they clicked on the link and they kept the link, and the link is adverse to them. That's what happens every time. These niggas ain't look on the link. You couldn't have.
But at least root words will say he don't know. That root words will at least give you that. I don't know. But then he'll turn around and say he cooked you.
It depends what mode he in. Sometimes he be all right. When he just in straight, I'm just be ignorant. That's a different root word. He not admitting to nothing. He not nothing. You have to kick him off, like he said. You have to kick me off.
Hey, Lucky, who was that other dude on this morning who was talking crazy for like 4 hours?
Man, that's your boy. Who was that dude? That's your boy. I don't know his name. He was some flat earther. I don't know.
No, and not the first dude. He was going at it with Stupies.
Oh, you talking about the other dude?
Yeah,
it's a crazy thing. He was a flat earther too. He was faking like he was against evolution, and then they started talking about gravity, and then that shit came out, and it was like, nigga, you don't believe in nothing.
Nothing.
Also, it works. So he a super pseudo too. So okay, that makes sense. Didn't they call him an abo too? Somebody called that dude an abo too, right?
You talking about the guy that wanted everyone to explain from the single cell until how we got the
that guy.
Like, come on, bro. We supposed to give you all of that? Like, you need to go to college for that, fam.
Who you telling?
Like, you need to go take some classes. We on a live stream.
Paper or something, nigga. We ain't got that.
Then he got mad at me because I told him that. He got mad at me because I said, bro, shit, I'm sorry, bro. I know you don't want to hear this, but Dr. Sabi was pseudo to the motherfucker, bro. I mean, you I don't know why you don't know this. You can get a quick Google search. You can see not just that. You also know that Dr. Sabi not only was Dr. Sabi's diet, short in other nutrients, but it was one of the key factors that was short in protein. He said you can't eat beans, you can't eat meat, you can't get dairy. Where the fuck the protein coming from? And when it was tested, you didn't get enough protein in his diet. Shit, come on, man. His diet don't work.
If you think about everybody who went alkaline, right? Because I was in college when that shit first popped up. I was playing ball and shit. It was like a wave. Like athletes was trying to go vegan and all that shit. Man, niggas started retiring. Niggas started getting hurt every 3 seconds. Arian Foster went vegan. Man, that nigga was breaking every bone in his body. I'm like, bro, I ain't fucking with that alkaline shit.
That shit was breaking them down.
Yeah, that shit sound real good. Nigga like, I ain't never felt this healthy in my life. It's week 3. He done tore his ACL. I'm like, brother, you should have been eating a steak.
Yeah, humans are supposed to eat meat. Go ahead.
Y'all see what Smoke Signal say? He said y'all can't name y'all African ancestors. See, that's the ignorance of history. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't know how our ancestors was handled back then. The name didn't matter, right?
Yeah, you can. You can name your African ancestor if you got a dead grandparent.
No. I'm talking about back then. So, like, if you're trying to find in documentation, like, you got Henry Lawrence account book where they document Africans coming in. They don't list the names. They just say boy. They say man, woman, boy, girl, and then who they got sold to, right? So how you gonna know what ancestor came in when they don't even document the names most of the time? You can't
Facts,
find
and they
some
were
places.
breaking up families.
So what
You
you're
know,
gonna have to do is you're gonna find them after they got off the boat and was established in some type in some type of family with the plantation, where you might find them in wills or bill of sales where they're being sold to somebody else, right? And then they'll name them then. But coming off the boat, you're not gonna get names like that. You're gonna get men, women, boy, girl. Like,
you know. I read a story about this family that was brought in from the Gambia, and it was a husband, it was a wife, and it was a son and a daughter, and they sold each one off to different places. I think one ended up going to Cartagena. I think that was the wife, right? The husband, he ended up coming to America proper. The son ended up going to Jamaica. This was in Antigua, and the daughter, I think she ended up staying in Antigua. But you see, that's what happened. That's literally what happened. They would break up families, and they didn't really give a damn because they didn't view you as a human. They viewed you as cattle. So there was so the ideal that you're going to be able to name an African ancestor. Once again, when they would give you names, they're not giving you no African name. They're going to give you a name that they can easily say. So they're going, this is Buck, or this is Paul, or you know what I'm saying, or this is whatever, right? Any name that they can actually say. They're not going to call you some African name that they can't pronounce. And they didn't care about any because a lot of them didn't even know the African names. The people, especially the people doing the buying, they didn't give a damn. They just wanted their property to get to work.
But that type of history, for whatever reason, that makes the Abo feel bad about himself. So he has to deny, refute, and refuse his ancestors' history in order to big up himself in the present.
Yeah, what is there to deny? Like, we was able to do some shit nobody else has ever done. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was brought over here enslaved, and now look at us. We came a very long way in a short period of time. People's been enslaved for thousands of years, and when you look at them, they still in a bad situation. Yeah, Black America got a long way to go, but we came over a lot of hurdles and shit. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of, right? If you want to play the opposite side and you want to be the Indian, how did you let them take over your whole country?
Well, how about how come
land that?
Yeah, that's a better question. How did they get a hold of this? That's worse.
You know what they say. They say that they were never. You know how that go. They were never colonized. It was paper genocide. They've been misclassified.
But how did you lose your language though?
No, they didn't. The language is English.
Well, English and Spanish. That's right. English and Spanish is a language. Yeah. So somehow England and Spain learned it, right? Somehow they learned it.
Yeah, because we taught it to them because it's a commerce language. Like I heard Empress and Ab TV. It's like they working on their talking points. Like they trying to get them all in order. That's why you hear AP and A1 saying the same junk now about this Afrikaner shit. They're trying to get their talking points in order. So they checking each other. They making sure each other saying the same phrases. Like it's about to go real Fox News-ish in the next.
So is Wisdom Show the teacher, bro? Because Wisdom Show been teaching this shit for like 5 years. With that old Africa's white.
You showed me Wisdom Show. I didn't even know who that nigga was till he showed up on Not Coincidence channel the other day.
Yeah, that's the first time I had met him when he pulled up too.
Wisdom Show been teaching that. Yeah, Wisdom Show been teaching that the Africans were white for about 5 years. So he has to be the teacher.
Yeah, or either that or he's like a estranged Abo. They got some type of beef that they ain't talking about. You know how it go. The Abos, they all in this together. Like even Choctaw Mac, man. I was confused because Choctaw Mac is pushing at the white side of Africans. So how you separate from Al TV and Al?
No, he ain't. He an Abo, bro. He an Abo.
Yeah, it's the same rhetoric. You just saying that you got a little bit better.
The same thing, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Now.
but he likes the word Indian. He just likes the word Indian better. That's all.
Oh,
He's another confused one. He says the same shit they say. Cause remember when we had him on the channel, we was going over some abo shit, and him and Will Rap kept saying they not abos, but everything we had a problem with, they was agreeing
agree with.
abos. Like we like, hold on, how are y'all saying y'all not them, but everything y'all are on their side? Man, y'all the same people. Y'all just got a little internal beef. That's all.
yeah, that's all that. Cause that's
No, I tell you, the moment Real Rap gets away from whatever the Aboriginal Mac, he's fine. But when that dude come back around, he starts leaning back abo. That's like, gotta break that shit up. Gotta break that shit up, bro. That's my goal. I got to break that shit up because
that's who he's been under since the other abos left him alone.
I know.
He was fucking with Matt back in the day. He was fucking with Matt, like when he left Betsy.
A lot of his memes you'll see it'll come from Choctaw Matt. Because Matt be putting his little logo on this shit or whatever.
Yeah, but you notice though when Choctaw Mac, when he gets pressed, first thing he does is start calling you, say, I got you, you a punk, you a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, I got you. Yeah, I already got you, bitch. He said, you a weak too, I'm your master. Yeah, I know, I'm your master, you a slave. I said, where all the insults coming from? I didn't insult you. Oh, you're trying to deflect and redirect the conversation because you don't have the answer. Oh, you also said you didn't run from DNA, but when we tell you to take a DNA test, then all of a sudden I'm a bitch. Funny thing how that works out, right?
Hey, yo, that is funny as fuck, though.
And that's not. He said, we don't run. We're not like the apples. We don't run from DNA. You gonna take a DNA test? You a bitch. Wait a minute. You just said you.
He said, I'm not saying that you're doing it, but I'm saying I'm taking notes now.
That's like, bro, you the same thing, nigga. I said, bro, you can't fool me. I don't give a fuck what you say. You in that same group. You might as well go back over there with them, trying to be different because you guys had some type of falling out. Ain't no telling what it is. Could have been over money or something, who knows? Or maybe a woman, I don't know. I don't know what it's over, but whatever it is,
they don't want to
thing.
be top Indian. They want to be the chief.
Yeah. Too much.
Okay, that's what it could be over. It could be over that. I want to be the leader of the group. No, I don't think you should. I've been around longer.
I'm going to tell you this. If you don't agree with A1, AP and A1 are going to get you. And if you call yourself an abo and you trying to discredit anything, they're coming for you. They're going to tell everybody, don't mess with you, this, and that. It's a real code.
Yeah, I just saw recently that the Aboriginal Power tried to follow me. And I think, because, I used to go on this panel back in the day. Well, actually, last year. Yeah, me and my boy Knock, we used to go over there. And I'm not talking about you, not a coincidence. One of my other homies who's from Brooklyn, right? We used to go on the panel. And remember that nigga I was telling you about, Aboriginal Smith? He threatened to kill my boy. I said, man, you can say that shit. You better have a gun. Because if you don't have no gun, he going to fuck you up. He been fighting Muay Thai for over 30 years. And not just that, and also 52 blocks. He going to destroy you, bro. 52 blocks of combination Muay Thai fighting. It's a disaster. It's not going to work out for you. Not just training, but training around the world, training in Thailand as well. It's disastrous. I said, you better carry a gun if you're going to be dealing with the homie. So, but yeah, I mean, this shit crazy, bro. At the end of the day, like I remember dealing with Aboriginal Power, and then Aboriginal Power, Aboriginal TV, Atacha is one, and Chief Holiday, who's just an ignorant fool, bro. That dude is stupid. You can't even begin to have a conversation with Chief Holiday. He's just ignorant as fuck, bro. There's no conversating with that dude. Everything he just gonna try to holler over you. He act like he's like an older version of Tyronn Lue, to be honest with me.
Yeah, he done fell off. I don't know what happened to bro. He was it was him and A1 was the top dogs for a couple years. I don't know. I don't know what now it's just A1 is the top. AP is like the protege. But like Not a Quincy said, if you don't agree with A1, you pretty much you getting out of there. Like he over there he running Topcast channel, he running Chief channel, he running AP channel. So
well, you out of there.
Yeah, Primitive One is the top album.
They muted the shit out of us when we was over there. When we were getting ready to bring up a point, I'm getting ready to show their source. Muted. I got put in the back when I was getting ready to show a source.
Yeah, that's the A1 specialty. He brought that culture back for a while. Like you could get on there, niggas could get their shit off. It was a decent show. And when he started coming back, it was like he noticed like, oh no, we can't let these guys get no screen time. Matter of fact, it was not a coincidence fault. He was over there on Ab TV channel beating a nigga up one night. And ever since then, bro, ain't nobody been allowed to share their screen over there.
Nope.
hold on, check this out though. When I was getting ready to show the source, I had posted in the back first, right? And Chief Holiday said, "You gonna let him show that?" And I got put in the back.
Well, Ab TV, he left again. I had the screen up. He left for like an hour, 2 hours maybe. I was killing them. Everything they said, I was killing them. After that, it was a wrap. That nigga A1 said, "Watch tomorrow morning. You ain't gonna be able to do this again." And he was not lying.
And they hit everybody up on the group chat. He said, hey, let me get y'all passwords to StreamYard.
you know what they're doing, right? They said they you fucking with the money. That's what this shit's about, bro. You fucking the money up.
Man, you talking about them little dry ass pay-per-views? Because they're not getting no donations.
No, but after a while, those dudes probably make, it's a chance they could probably make like $1,200 to $1,500 a month off YouTube. You know what I'm saying, or more, even up to $2,000.
Nah, off of YouTube, maybe Top Cats. He the only one who's mastered the panhandle, but the rest of them, nah. That's why they had to resort to the pay-per-views, and really, Garfield helped them out because they pay-per-views weren't selling until they came back with the debates. That gave them some juice. But yeah, the boys don't even what they was doing out of course. They was doing $1 a day challenge for like 8 months, just trying to get niggas to donate $1.
That's a fact.
Nah, the two dudes eating is Kieran Mayo and Dan Calloway. Kieran Mayo, he not even black eating off black folks.
Yeah, we won't even count them niggas. They not even like Karimio. I just call him a Hebrew, and Calloway. Chataway. I don't know if he's an Abo anymore or what's going on with him.
Nah, he's still Abo.
Nah, he's still
doing this shit.
Oh, okay. Because he be banging that American Indian too. They be flipping and flopping. You know how they do. They be like, "Nah, I'm not an Abo. I'm an Indian." You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Mm-hmm. Nah, but he accepts the term now. He don't have no problem saying it.
Oh, big Aboriginal knee G.
Well.
Yeah, bro.
Look, you hear that? Dan Calloway just 8 days ago said the Mississippi River is the Mississippi River the Nile, unveiling the secret, the hidden identity of Mississippi River.
Yeah, that's an Abo talking point. That's an Abo talking point right there.
Yeah, we got to do a show on that one.
Dan Calloway is Chief Holiday mixed with Chief Ali Godbody. Hey, that nigga, that boy, he took that slavery in reverse from Ali Muhammad when he had that debate. Who did Ali debate when he was trying to say that? I forgot who the fuck he was debating. It wasn't a Moore. It was somebody though on Sinetta channel from like 2015. This nigga Ali Muhammad said that goofy ass shit. The slave trade really happened in reverse. I'm trying to figure out who he was debating, but that was the first time I ever heard that stupid ass shit.
They're crazy, man.
No, 2 years ago, Dan Calloway, white slaves with black masters, but they hate to admit it. The first Africans were white. To America in the early 1600s. Oh boy, this shit ridiculous, bro. I don't get how anybody sit here and just sit through that shit. I couldn't sit through it. I would just be frustrated listening to this dumbass shit.
A lot of that shit they don't. So think about this, Kelly. Most of their live streams is 12 hours long, and 8 of the 12 hours, everybody yelling at each other. There's no way anybody is listening to a replay. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you watched or whoever you was getting to watch in the beginning, that's the only people who saw that shit. Like, ain't no playback value with them guys.
Oh, this nigga going. So Dan Calloway going Young Pharaoh. He said aliens spotted in people's backyards, spooking residents and officials.
Man, he been over there. I told you he baby Ali Muhammad.
Callie, spare us that bullshit.
You don't want to hear that. No, they was asking me. He was at Lucky asked me is Dan Calloway still an Abbo, and I wanted to prove the point that he still was. So I started reading the shit on his channel.
Yeah, I was away from the keyboard. I'm back. Hey, real quick. Hold on. I gotta bring some on the screen. Bring some on the screen. Yeah, y'all was going in. I was just riding down the street laughing.
No, it's all good though, man. You know what I'm saying? We might have to deal with smoke. You know, smoke signals complete crazy.
I'm about to bring up something that Ab mentioned. He brought up it, right. You remember he said that black people was already slaves in America before the white people got here. Y'all remember that?
Oh,
yeah.
He said that. If I need to play it back, I can. But I showed this before to a bunch of people, and I don't understand how people ain't paying attention to this. Right? But in the Western Hemisphere, the very notion of the word slavery brings to mind images of Africans transported across the Atlantic, sugar plantation in the Caribbean, and the American Civil War. African slavery was surely a defining aspect of European colonialism in America. But it was not the only one. Native Americans were subjected to a parallel system of bondage as degrading and as vast as African slavery, a system that has nonetheless remained hidden or poorly understood. In our hemisphere, this is native rightness. In our hemisphere, indigenous slavery occurred in every major area, both predating and outlasting its African counterpart. I will argue against that. During the 4 centuries between the arrival of Columbus and the beginning of the 20th century, some 2.5 million native people were enslaved. All European empires took part in this human traffic. Pause. So he says, right, that Negroes was here, been here, and that they've been enslaved. So why is this indigenous Native American saying that all European empires took part in human traffic? The English, the French, the Dutch, and the Portuguese. Why would he say this if he'd been here and he was enslaving people? Why would he say that the European that they encountered took part in human trafficking when the European is supposed to be the one being trafficked to the Americas? But because Spain came to control to the richest and most densely populated regions in the Americas, at the same time it lacked African colonies. Did y'all hear me say that? It lacked African colonies and thus access to African peoples. It emerged as the greatest enslaver of indigenous Americans. To extract the hemisphere's wealth, Spain made use of the most abundant labor at its disposal. Stop. So now we have a clear distinction here how Spanish is their language, because y'all was talking about how Spanish and English is their language. Can y'all niggas hear me or y'all quiet them up?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, no, I hear you.
I mean, we listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going back to everything that has to be said that they've been claiming, right? So now we have someone that is here telling us about slavery here, and then the involvement and the arrival of these Europeans. Listen, who was the person who went to Africa? Listen to me closely. Who is the people that took a ship to Africa to bring back these white Africans? And Smoke Signal, let me be very clear. You said that Afrikaners are white people. They are. You said that in the chat. Before I muted you out of the chat from commenting, you said that. Right? Afrikaners, but not Africans. They're distinctively different. And y'all ain't dealing with that. But your boy did say, so you came over here regurgitating some talking points of the pseudo-ass dude. So, ironically, beginning in the Columbian times, the Spanish crown prohibited indigenous slavery except in a few circumstances. In 1542, it banned the practice entirely. So from here on, no Indian can be made into a slave under any circumstance, including wars, rebellions, and win ransom from other Indians. So the Indians is here. The Indians can no longer be a slave as of 1592 by the Spanish crown. So is A1 arguing that the Native Americans came to America along with all these Negroes and settled here peacefully? So the Negroes didn't put up no wars against the Native Americans or the people that's calling Indians right here. Anyone on the panel? Can anyone on the panel tell me how, if the United States was full of Negroes, how did the Native Americans come into the peacefully with no war fought between them and the niggas is here?
That's a great question, Sean. Where is that? We don't see it.
I know. You can't see it all.
No, we don't see it at all. They don't never want to have a conversation about that. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you showing somebody talking about how the European nations and they're white coming in and doing this. Where's the story of them being black? Right? Like you say, where is the story of? So when did the Native Americans come? They came with the white people. I don't know.
That's a question I've been trying to ask because I've heard so many different variations. Right? I've heard that it was just the Filipinos. I heard it was Chinese and it was some other Asian group. Then I heard it was Filipino and Chinese is the latest one that I heard. It was a combination of Filipino and Chinese or the actual Native Americans. So I want to know when were they brought in?
Yeah, they say what you say, like that combination, right? But then they also say that Genghis Khan came over here. You gotta remember that. That's why they say the Chinese is over here. They claim Genghis Khan and them came over here, and Prester John and all that type of stuff. So
hold up, go back to the Chinese. Say that again.
Yeah, he says Genghis Khan and the Mongolian invasion of America. There's some type of book they be trying to quote.
Hold on. So what are you?
I need that book.
Oh yeah, give me a second. Hold on, I got you.
I don't need the book. I need to know what they really trying to say.
So, okay, if you know what they really trying to, so they're trying to say that the real Chinese people are black Chinese people, the black Hans or whatever. They're the originators of the race over there, and they came over here, and that's what they're basically preaching. They're saying that like the original Genghis Khan was a dark-skinned Asian. That's what they're saying.
And then they say it was when they mixed with white folks is how they look today, right?
Yeah, they say there's no such thing as they say that the Asian is a mestizo, is a white man mixed with Aboriginal. That's how you get the Asian looking person. That's what they say.
Yeah, A1 says that.
You see my screen?
I see it. Yeah. Asian slaves in colonial Mexico.
In that book, it was only a couple thousand. If we look at that book, the numbers is in the thousands.
You talking about this book right here?
Yeah.
Yep. Truth. Your boy Truth Searcher, the Olmec god. He quotes this lady a lot.
But has he really read this book?
He swears that he brought the book to the community.
I don't know anything about him, and I got the book. I've been having this book.
No, I believe.
Let's see what it says. During the late 16th, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it again, the late 16th and 17th centuries, countless slaves from culturally diverse communities in the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia journeyed to Mexico on ships of the Manila Galleon. Upon arrival in Mexico, they were grouped together and categorized as chinos. Their experience illustrates the interconnectedness of Spain colonies and the reach of the crown, which brought people together from Africa, the Americas, Asia, and Europe in historically unprecedented way. In time, Chinos in Mexico came to be treated under the laws of Indians, becoming indigenous vassals of the Spanish crown after 1672. So we have a clear distinction, right? That these people, these Chinos, that they said they came from Asia, right, to the Americas, more specifically South America. These people were separate people in the late 16th and 17th century. It's telling us that they would be known as Indians in 1672. So is he saying that these people that are in a small group of people, a small class of slaves, are the Native Americans that would come and overtake North, Central, and South America? Is that what he's saying?
Yep.
This book ain't even saying that. Bro. So when you start talking, Lucky, I was like, hold on, I got this motherfucking book. The book don't argue that, bro. At all. And if we really if people, shit. Hold on, I think I got 2 pages up, single page.
Yeah, this is why they not gonna fuck with you, fam. You always just happen to have it in his back pocket. Oh yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so like you have to understand it because people are talking all of this stuff. But I'm finna put y'all up on something that's even a little bit more credible to the situation to let people know how A1 is really full of shit. So the rise and fall of the trans-Pacific slave trade, right? You can just go right here. You can go right here. In 1635, a young man from the Malabar coast in India named Antonio arrived in Acapulco on a board of a ship, Nuestra Senora de la Limpia Concepcion. His master, a Spanish resident at Cavite in the Philippines, had asked a sailor on the ship to take Antonio with him and sell Antonio on his behalf. The sale price upon landing was 200 pesos, paid by a slave trader who turned around and sold Antonio in Mexico City for almost double the price. The surviving documentation that details Antonio's journey from Asia to Mexico reveals the many steps and intermediaries who were involved in the trans-Pacific slave trade, as well as the profits that drove this commerce. From the late 1560s, nearly the early 1700s. Stop real quick, y'all. Do y'all realize what the fuck is happening here? If I give you the dates 1516, what the hell is happening in the 1560s?
That's the transatlantic slave trade. And it's also when the Portuguese were in West Africa.
Correct. And you got Columbus and them and all them other motherfuckers coming into the New World, trading, bringing with them slaves themselves, which are not staying here, but are on board, used as commodities. And they're taking motherfucking Indians back to Europe. This chapter examines the trans-Pacific trade during a key period of transition for a larger slave trade to Spanish America. When enslaved was dealt in people, look what it says, from Asia and Africa.
Yeah, that's a nail right there, nail in the coffin right there. Asia and Africa.
The slaves who crossed the Pacific were part of a much larger influx of slaves to Spanish America. As much, their story must be examined in the context of Spanish efforts beginning in the 16th century to supply the colonies with slave labor. This empire-wide framework allows for fruitful comparison between the Pacific and the Atlantic trades. When they started, both operated under licensing system with the Atlantic trade shifting to a monopoly system in the late 17th century. During the transition, the Pacific remained open to individual traders, which threatened Atlantic interests. As late as 1680, the Spanish crown resisted the efforts of the Atlantic trades to shut it down because it had a vested interest in maintaining some direct licensing privileges. It eventually became clear, however, that the use of licensings made for a leaky system that allowed a great deal of contraband, which was against everyone's interests, especially the crowns, which lost duties. In time, the monopoly system prevailed in part because the companies were better able to deliver steady rents to the royal treasury and somewhat regulated number of slaves. So they don't, I don't think that they read this book at all. And I damn sure no, they didn't, because look, let me go back. Any estimate of the overall trade must be understood as include both blacks and chinos. The survivor records only allow the general observation that Africans became more numerous in the second half of the 17th century. Facts. Their increased numbers point to the critical shift emphasized in this study, which is that Africans became the sole people who could be legally sold at a market throughout the Spanish Empire. In this regard, it is important to emphasize that the Trans-Pacific trade shifted to Africans as the result of a crackdown of indigenous slavery in the Philippines and to changes in the supply lines to the Manila market. As the Jacinto holders realized that the more and more Africans were arriving via the Pacific route, which we don't even fucking talk about, they moved to an end to competition. They thus solidified their own monopoly control over the influx of Africans to Spanish America via the Atlantic by preventing trade on the Pacific. Then you get these motherfuckers up out of here. We don't even discuss who was the fucking Africans brought from the Pacific. Because they go, where did they go? South America, ladies and gentlemen. The motherfuckers don't go to the United States Central, they go to South America.
Yep, Cartagena and to Brazil. Cartagena, Colombia. Right?
Yeah, none of them make it to a reservation in North America. And that's what they try to imply.
But hey, according to AP, these are white people. These Africans are white people. Yet this lady clearly made a distinction: blacks and chinos.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for their white African claim.
Nah, you know what they do? They skim through that shit, bro. They don't be looking at that shit hard. They just skim through it, see certain buzzwords, and that's what they go by.
Yeah, the buzzword.
He go your trade route. So if Truth Seeker said he read the book, he go to route. He would have clearly understood that it's African all up in there, and they keep bringing it back. Look at the trade route. Look familiar to anybody?
Hold on, man. Yep. Man, they gotta throw that claim in the garbage.
What we talking about, man? Like they bro, I know when you listen, my spidey senses tingle when I know people when I know people read shit, bro. I'll be completely honest. When I know people read some shit, I'll tell you that they read some shit. These dudes ain't read shit. Hold on, I got how y'all see my screen? Yeah, I got these things everywhere.
No, it's easy to zoom in, bro. All I gotta do is just with my fingers on my arm, I can just zoom in with my two fingers.
Yeah, but now I was trying to like to share where to show like 2 pages.
Okay.
When I go up, it's gonna go back. See, it just shows.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to buy this book. That's a good book.
Just put your email in the chat.
Okay.
I already got the book. What you gonna buy the book for? I gave it to a dumb nigga who didn't read it and try to argue with me for free.
Wow.
Yeah, if any of y'all want to book, just put your email in there. I'll send it.
I just put it in the back.
All right.
Where you at, Smoke Signal? All that shit talking you was talking?
He don't want it. I timed him out so he couldn't comment no more. So I think he left. So listen, let's read her conclusion real quick. Just for fun's sake. Let's see what she says in her conclusion. Since they want to play this game. The ethnic diversity of the slave population in New Spain came to an end in the late 17th century. Previously, natives of the Americas, Asia, and Africa, in addition to their descendants, were all legal chattel. Afterward, so if listen, if Native Americans, Asians, and Africans were chattel, what are fucking Europeans at in this shit? What are white people?
The slave masters?
Afterward, the only legal slaves remaining in New Spain had African ancestry. Uh-oh.
Damn.
This in her conclusion. This is why I told y'all that these dudes don't be reading no books. In essence, the transformation of slavery into the institution exclusively dependent on African slave labor involved legal changes. In the early 1670s, the Crown categorically freed all Indian and Chino slaves. So here's a clear distinction of two separate groups of people. The Chinos, which we know are the Chinese, Asians, we'll just call them the Asian people, right? And the Indians, who we know are the indigenous people who populated the Americas earlier on. They're free and clear by the 1670s. But the African is still enslaved. And there's no sight or said of European or a Negro doing the enslaving here.
Yep, and you know what, Sean? I want to reiterate this, what you talked about again. The Indian was a slave. The Indian was a slave. So you're trying to claim that you were them, then you're trying to say that you were a slave. So you can't say you were the slave master when you were a slave, according to the book that you claim was making the saying was trying to say.
Cali, that's what it used to be, Cali. They used to claim that. They used to tell everybody that they misrepresent Indian slavery, but now they've just disregarded the Indian slavery and they've taken up the mantle of there is no slavery.
These niggas be freestyling, bro.
Too much. So the colonial government effort to locate Chino slaves and grant them a new civil status was unprecedented. Individuals categorized, peep this, as Negroes, mulattoes, pardos, and so on were manumitted throughout the colonial period, but the crown never emancipated them by decree in the way it did for Indians and Chinos. You remember he said America was populated with Negroes? Well, the Negroes that was the Negroes that was here, y'all, are fucking enslaved. The Spanish government made a distinction between peoples. Listen, look, no, she's telling you. The Spanish government, they made distinctions between peoples of different ancestries when it came to slavery. So listen, what are we arguing here? We're having an ancestral conversation. So we're talking ancestry. So what are the differences? In the context of colonialism, the natives of the Spanish Philippines and Spanish America were indigenous vassals. She said that the fucking people in Spanish Philippines and Spanish America were indigenous vassals.
It's over.
These individuals confirmed Spanish sovereignty by paying tribute to their lord and king, who in turn defended their natural liberty. Indians, one more time, Indians, unlike natives of Africa, could not be slaves because it was unjust to enslave the king's subjects. Logic was convoluted, but the payment of tribute, though mandated it, did not impart the same legal protection for former slaves from Africa or to their descendants. Manumissions made them vassals of the Spanish crown as well as, but the individual tributary status was unrelated. The legality of enslaving the Africans. In contrast, Spain's claim to the colonies and the related concept of indigenous vassalage required that all Indians be spared from slavery. after the 1670s. So now they gotta claim Indian. They gotta claim it, and even if they claim Indian in the hands of the European, they were still slaves. We talking white people enslaving Indians, Africans, and Chinos.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the white slaves to pop up.
So, look what it says. After the 1670s, the crown shielded people from the Spanish Philippines and American colonies from slavery because of their ancestry and geographical origin. So you motherfuckers don't even come from the place where we getting the slaves from no more. We getting the slaves from a new place. The ancestry of the people from Africa did not have the same implications. So if you was from anywhere else in the world, you was okay. But if your ass is from Africa, you're not okay. You can't be enslaved. They're telling you this. This is how I know they ain't read the book. In the 1670s, the Spanish crown resolutely declared that all Indians were categorically free, which prompted an empire-wide effort to end indigenous slavery. The crown had previously sought to prohibit the enslavement of native peoples in 1542 with the new laws, but it had also allowed for a number of exceptions. Indians who rebelled against Spanish sovereignty, for example, continued to be legally enslaved as punishment. A century and a half elapsed before the prohibitions against Indian slaving were fully implemented, but the law did change. In this final drive to liberate Indian slaves, colonial officials in Mexico included Chinos. Chinos were thus free and turned into native vassals by royal mandate. The rise of racialized slavery in the Americas involved slave owners who looked to physiognomy to identify and classify their property. Masters used physical markers, particularly skin color, to distinguish themselves from slaves with the purpose of exerting power. Skin color, my nigga. So if you had skin color, it was different.
So what is the Arca talking about? Saying that there were plenty of white slaves.
Nah, he trolling.
Okay, he trolling. Okay, I didn't know if he was trolling. I don't know if it was, I thought he was like King of Kampala or something.
Nah, he trolling. Now, in the Spanish Empire, racial ancestry and skin color became determinants of legal status in the late 17th century. The Spanish government racialized slavery by prohibiting the enslavement of Indians and the individuals who looked like them. Spaniards perceived Chino skin color and general physiognomy as indicators that these individuals were different from African slaves and more similar to Indians. There's a separation and an indication here clearly. Individual Chinos, in turn, confirmed the association of finding ways to become Indians prior to abolition. The decrees from the 70s and the 1670s and 80s that abolished indigenous slavery once and for all were a critical turning point. They made manifest that had previously been a mere perception, namely that the only people who could legally subjugated to slavery were individuals of African descent. What does black mean in North America? What does colored mean in North America? What does Negro mean on North America?
They all mean of African descent.
They could be legally subjugated to slavery. Once the crown upheld Indian liberty, people with black skin were the only ones left in legal bondage. The timing of abolition of the Spanish Empire coincided with the transition to racially slavery in the English colonies, when racial lines hardened to control African labor. In Virginia, the process of racialization was particularly evident after Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, when indentured servants from Europe, if he wasn't trolling, he go his word right here. Indentured servants from Europe, my nigga, not slaves. Indentured servants from Europe sided with the planter class, leaving people with black skin as the only ones who in legal bondage. Woo! Woo!
Yeah, they never read that book. They never read that book.
Hey,
But
they
look,
would have never.
pseudo
Bro,
Abos
cause
died they saw.
she telling you who's enslaved. Bro, she telling you a book about chinos, my nigga. In a book about a whole nother people, she's still telling you, nah, it's the black people that was the fucking slaves.
Yeah, ain't no way they read. I agree. It's too many uses of the term African. They would have been triggered. Ain't no way they would have read this book.
She said African, and then she went racial on you, nigga, and said skin color, black.
Mm-hmm. They only read the cover. They seen the cover.
He said they only read the cover.
That's it.
Or they may have read some type of summary or something. They might have seen someone claim that they read the book. You know, they definitely
couldn't have read the summary. They couldn't have read a summary of it because the summary is going to tell them. It's not going to tell them what they want to hear because he didn't even get into the numbers, but the numbers is very low. So how do those people become the Native Americans anyway?
Yeah, that's bad. Damn. So truth be wolfing. I thought Truth had a little bit of scholarship.
Nah, Truth be no, he don't, bro. He don't. None of them do. Because to be an Abo, you can't have any scholarship. I don't give a fuck. I don't care how sincere you sound. None of that. You're a liar or you just dumb. It's not either or. You're just a little confused.
You either a B or you a S, huh?
That's it. Yeah. You're a bandit or you're stupid. Which one are you? Like, for real.
Yeah. It's basically either you're an idiot or a hustler. And that's what it is. Yeah, you know what I mean? Just scamming.
There is no in between.
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. He had me fooled. I thought he was one of the top scholars over there for the Abos. You know, I know it's only two of them. I thought he was in the top two.
So, like I said, man, I'm gonna send y'all this book, and I'm gonna double down because I don't know.
Oh yeah, I gotta put my email on the back. I'm putting my email on the back because I don't got the whole book. I just read through you get the preview pages.
Yeah. Nah, ain't no thing. I got you. You believe that? And you know, hold on 1 second, Tark. Well, damn, you fell off. You got this too? You got this too?
Let me see. From slavery. Nah, give that to me too. If you could, yeah, give that to me too, sir.
Oh,
appreciate it.
The JHL.
Yeah. Any more tools to help me kill these dudes on IG? I want.
Damn, it's right.
Yeah, because
I'll turn it to the IG Abo Slayer.
Yeah, boy, crazy. This book
you be all out of bounds, Cal. I ain't gonna lie. I don't be knowing where you be at. He be coming back with the pseudo-intel though. He be coming back with it.
Bro, you can ask. You can ask. Not a coincidence. I tagged him a couple of this shit. He just like shaking his head like, "What the?"
Yeah. So
yeah, it gets crazy.
So this book is everywhere, yo. Full of black. This man, listen. You don't get no African in this book. This book got you all over the place, yo. Up from slavery. On some real shit. From slavery to freedom. Look, in ancient land people, it tell you, bro. It's all day long. This book ain't playing with y'all, man. But let me set this book aside. I don't want to give away the work. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. But where you go, yo? Sark, where you go? Oh, your sound not working. Oh, okay. Okay. Your sound not working because your ass is finna get up here and be pseudo. How about the goddamn white slaves? Well, no damn slaves in America. That's some bullshit. Get your sound to work. I want to hear your version of the white slaves. Because I know it's gonna be different than the Abos, but I just want to hear it.
Whatever he says is gonna be confusing what a servant, a dentured servant and a slave is, like they always do.
Hey Sean, isn't Aboriginal power? He's been saying you've been a hater lately.
Who said
He's trying to get on his helmet.
Yeah, she said something.
He frustrated with you, bro. He frustrated with you right now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. I'm gonna give y'all one more book. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I just saw them, man. They numbers then went down, bro. I'm talking about their views, man. This shit been doing damage. That shit is motivating. Look at how low their numbers are. The views.
I don't even be paying. That's what I said. Some of the videos ain't even still made it over 1,000 views. Nigga ain't watching them fools.
All right, let me get your emails.
You be on TikTok with them, Kelly? They swear they be going up on TikTok.
Nah, but I know I got to get on TikTok next. And I saw some cats posting videos from TikTok, so I got to subscribe. Because a lot of them went there. Because I went to Clubhouse to go after them niggas too.
Yeah, they took they CGI pictures over to TikTok. I ain't gonna lie, it's a little bit more entertaining because it's smaller content. We ain't gotta look at a 12-hour bullshit lecture. You can just get it in 4 minutes.
Yeah, King Los, he kicked me off of one of them. I remember I went up to King Los, he kicked me off.
Lucky that
crazy,
was a shot. You said CGI photo. That was a shot.
Yeah,
who you shooting at? I know who you shooting at.
You guys ever went up to King Los, the rapper from Baltimore?
Nah,
you heard of King Los, right?
Him,
yeah, I went at him. He kicked me out the room, bro.
Swagger Boy Los don't take no questions.
He be on Topcat's channel. Topcats is the only person I ever seen. Like, he got me blocked on StreamYard, yo.
Yeah, that's next level. That's like crazy baby mama shit.
Like, I'm blocked on. I can't even jump on his panel, but then he act like he not running from me. It's crazy.
Here's my question: if your information right, why you gotta block people?
That's why you see on my channel what I say: don't block nobody, leave them alone, let them say what they're gonna say. We want to hear the dumb shit because as soon as they open their mouth, we're gonna prove it wrong. Let them talk because I know history's on my side. I don't have to know everything. I don't need to. I know how to find
can I
shit.
clarify what I was saying about white slavery?
Oh yeah.
So they did the same thing over here as they were doing in North Africa, because even with the formation of like the Mamelukes, it was the Ottoman Empire pulling slaves out of Europe and making them Muslim, and those slaves were constantly pushing west on into Egypt and then further into North Africa. But they would treat the white slaves differently. They would treat them with preferential treatment, not like the blacks, the sub-Saharan African slaves. They'll dog them the hell out. But they, even until this day, people in North Mali that they over there fighting right now, the ones, black people with red hair, they really they enjoy a special status, because when they were enslaving white women with red hair, they were the most preferable slave. When the first ever foreign war that the United States of America ever fought was in Libya, when they had to go free like 200 white American slaves that had been captured, and they were enslaved. And Marines.
No, you fucking it up. Go ahead, continue. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, and I'm saying over here, it was the same principle. Do you guys not understand that slavery is just a word? What they was actually doing is that, like, it's an actual prison under Wall Street.
No, can you hear me, nigga? I said no.
Who said no?
Yo.
Oh, go ahead. Correct me.
I said no like 20 times. Like,
I didn't hear you.
Up, bro. Listen to me. White people were not enslaved, shipped somewhere, and treated as property. There has never been a time in this recent history when all of this shit transpired that white people were treated like property. Do you understand what I'm saying? They were never, listen, fucking black people, descendants of Africans, was on the fucking slave, was on the damn the trading market. Where was the white people at?
I'm all right.
No, listen to what I'm saying, Taharka.
All right.
They built an economic system around enslaving and trading our ass, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Our name, listen, slave was on the Dow Jones if the Dow Jones existed at that time.
I was about to get into that.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I was about to get into that.
So where's the white people in the Dow Jones?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna explain how. Let's explain why.
No, don't explain it to me. Give me some information that I can look at it.
But you gotta let me answer, Sean.
I'm gonna let you answer when you put that shit in the private chat, and we can pull it up on the screen and we can look at this shit.
All right. See, I'm not no scholar like y'all is. I know what I've read, and I'm saying,
quit giving me them the medieval wannabe Moorish talking points.
That ain't no more. So is it a fact how I started out was in North Africa, and what I said about North Africa?
Fuck North Africa. Give me the source. You know goddamn well them North Africans up there near the Mediterranean, the motherfuckers didn't like the people below the Sahara. They were enslaving motherfuckers before the Arab and the goddamn European got there. Because of cultural distinct differences. So we already know they had a connotation of hate toward our skinned colored people anyway. So let's not play.
No. See, I'm not playing the Abo game.
I didn't say you playing the Abo game. I said the Moorish bullshit.
No, I'm not playing.
Get your source.
All right, see when you say the Moorish bullshit, you just dismissing Islamic history.
No, nigga. Them motherfuckers, bruh, before Arabs got to the fucking continent, them goddamn North Africans were already enslaving fucking people below the Sahara. True or false?
That was true. But was they not enslaving Europeans also, Sean?
Don't butt me yet. You said that is true. So we
that is true.
Agree, right? That the motherfuckers. Now, so I don't give a fuck what happened to them. That's
what we're arguing about.
Hold on. The Iberian slave trade don't happen without the fucking knowledge of the North Africans who knew to go below the Sahara and get us and send us through the fucking Iberian Peninsula. Did you forget that?
Okay. It was a lot of cooperative West Africans that were rolling.
Oh, nigga, West Africans wasn't cooperating with them motherfuckers coming in enslaved.
Yeah, you wasn't reading the documents, bro. They clearly say like the North Africans saying like, "Yo, here I got a place where you can go get some Negroes."
Yeah.
He don't say
the more. Stop, go ahead.
Go with the classic. Come on, stop with the classic stuff, brother.
No, I'm just listen, just because I point something out to you.
I'm believe this shit too much to Harker. I be trying to get you out of that space for quite some. Listen, I know the difference between you and other people is you trying to get to the right shit. That's the difference between you. But the frustrating part is where you stuck at because you have your preconceived notions of certain shit in history and you stay stuck right there. And I'm trying to be like, no, to Harker. You know the motherfuckers never liked us.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That mindset bled over into West Africa via the people that lived in Mauritania, which was really on the same level as the motherfuckers up there by the Mediterranean. None of them liked us, bro. We didn't look like them culturally. We had our skin tone was different and our culture was different. We had big booty ass shaking women with big titties and could cook.
Right.
Everybody manhood stand up. And we had multiple women and all of that bullshit. We was doing all of that. We was having our way. We had gold. We had all kinds of shit. So they knew that. They knew that they could come down here and get commodity and treat us as commodities, obtain our resources, and help them build what they had to do. right? We always talk about the transatlantic and the trans-Saharan. We really don't build a lot on the Iberian. I'm afraid that if I keep saying that shit enough, that goddamn Sabio gonna pop up in the goddamn chat. And I'm trying to prevent Sabio from jumping up. He jump up in here, he gonna get on the link, and then we're gonna be all the way down, up and down that shit.
All right, I believe you.
Yeah. If Sabio get in there, he definitely gonna get on the Ottoman Empire. We gonna live there.
But hush. Don't say that word. Do not say that word. You say that word 2 more times, the Candyman shows up. Don't say that. He can hear that shit. Wherever he can hear.
I can reference a book real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, girl. I'm gonna let you build. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. First off, this is my first time on Mossy Warrior Clan too on the panel. So shout out to y'all, man, brother Ben. Peace to you, bro. If you catch this, man, you already know. But yeah, the book I want to reference real quick as far as this indentured servitude and all that bullshit. White Cargo, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit'll kill a whole lot of talking points. It's free online. Y'all want it? Again, like our brother Sean said, send the email. I'll probably throw it up and not a coincidence, Discord or something. You know what I mean? But yeah, that should kill a whole lot of talking points. So
you say you got a book? You got a book, Gullah? You just said?
Yeah, White Cargo.
History of Britain.
White Cargo, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, my email's in the back. If you want to get it, it's the JRRises to the top at gmail.com.
But you know what's funny? The Abos, they use that book.
Your book 180 pages?
What was that, bro?
Your book 180 pages?
Look. I'm scrolling.
Just let me know if your book is whenever you find it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking at it right now. All together, because it's a PDF. In the text it says 320. All together 321.
I don't think I got the whole book. That's what I got right there with that link I just dropped. That's what I get.
Okay. So I'm gonna click on this real quick and see what it showed me.
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all to consider this? Just consider this, and this is all I'm gonna say. They name.
Here you go, y'all. Here you go. Go ahead.
Here I go.
Go ahead.
They name slaves because of Yugoslavia, where they had slaves.
Not the Slav shit. Yeah. Not the Slav shit, bro. He wouldn't be a
oh my god, bro. Serbia and serfdom. If you a serf, that translates to servant.
Taharka.
That's crazy.
Bro, he gonna be an abo soon.
No.
Look, Cal, you gotta understand the Abos got it from the Moors.
Right. I know. That's why I said he gonna be an abo soon.
I ain't coming from no Moorish perspective.
A lot of some of the things, I promise you, a lot of stuff is influenced Taharka, but there is some shit that he's solid on. You know what I'm saying? But his influence is he's trying to take a shower. He's trying to bathe himself and get rid of the shit that stench is still under his armpits. He's trying, y'all. He just
he working hard, y'all.
Bro. So he's an ex more working not to quit. Okay.
So listen,
respect that. Y'all to another point of view.
No,
we only hear yourself. No, look, you 100% right. Nobody else can ever be right. You know, I'm just making a point.
Ain't no scholar.
I know I'm not. Look, I never claimed.
So, Arca, what you need to do is pull up the etymology of slave.
All right, but can you listen to my point though? Can you listen to my point without being triggered? Like I'm trying to disagree with you and make you wrong.
Absolutely.
You're trying to make me wrong. When I know there was white slavery, just because you're saying throw that out your mind, that doesn't make it right.
Okay, hold on, Taharka, let's do this. Define slavery.
See, I can't, because what happened to us was trafficking, and I can't. I promise you, that ain't no bullshit answer. You know why? Because you got the same feelings I got.
You define slavery. Let's get us a working definition for slavery, and let's see. If your feelings and your belief in these white people being enslaved is the same. That's all.
Okay, a working definition of slavery is the condition of being of having your liberty taken, and you're not free to go and please as you want anymore. You essentially someone's prisoner, and you have to work for them.
Is it free labor or is it indentured servitude where you're paid for your labor?
It's free labor.
Okay, so the white people that you're talking about that was enslaved, right? Were they indentured or were they
in
free?
America indentured.
Okay, so all right, now pause. So do we have after reading the definition, do we have an understanding that the white people that were brought here under the pretenses of indentured servitude? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so now in any other place in the world, we have an understanding that there were white people who were slaves in society, in other societies.
Yeah.
That were actually working slaves. But you got to remember, under the notion of this conversation, we're specifically referring to America, the United States of America. So we have to put this in that context of what slavery meant. It's just like if we use black, Negro, or colored. We have to put it in context to what it means in North America, because that's different than every other place. So I'm not dismissing what you're saying. We actually do agree that there were places, because hell, they had slave societies. Everybody in the world had slave societies.
Right.
But when it comes to America, we have to properly define who these white people were. And were they slaves according to the definition?
No.
They were. Okay, so you would agree that in the notion of only, I'm not talking about Africa, I'm not talking about North Africa, I'm not talking about those European countries. I'm not talking about the Arabs. Only in America, do you still hold the belief that the white people were slaves? Well, you never had to believe the whole thing.
Now I want to talk in terms now of bondage, because a security is any written agreement to have the rights to certain assets. That's a security. That's what they traded on the stock market as a bond. It's prisons under the stock market where they kept their cattle, their livestock, and our people that they brought through there as livestock. And they wrote securities and secured them as agreements for payment on the bond, on the debt. And so these same people, we talk, that's the condition that they had us in, that type of bondage. That's how come if Master didn't pay off this man's debt, one of our kids gonna have to be sold because he used us as leverage in an agreement to pay off a debt. And so it's the same way in the sense, not in the exact same sense as these Irishmen coming over here as bondsmen, but they were indentured and they had to pay off a debt. And every day, and
hold on, say that again, because say that part again.
They were indentured and had to pay off a debt.
Right.
We couldn't pay ours out.
Even if we could, even if you felt like we could pay our debt off, would we still have remained as slaves?
A lot of us in the 1790s, a lot of us didn't.
You're talking a different time period now. You're talking a different time period now.
Right. Okay.
The vast majority of Africans that were brought here, they were brought here to do a specific job. Do you think at any given time, especially more specifically in the South, at any time in the early 1600s, in the late 1600s, early 1700s, do you feel like they would have been given a fair chance at freedom had they been able to earn their wage to pay off their freedom from the white people?
Hey son, I realize who I'm talking to, and I know you know that did happen.
When?
That people were paying for their freedom. Anthony Johnson, the largest black plantation who owned Angola plantation in South Carolina, paid for his freedom and tried to pay for the freedom of his wife.
When did he pay for his freedom?
That was the 1700s. That was 1760 something, I believe.
No, 1650s.
There you go.
Okay.
Now, how many people are like him that paid their freedom?
Hey, listen, it wasn't a lot, but it was a lot. You know what I'm saying?
So, but
It wasn't the majority, but it was a lot because those people they were setting up stuff for people who were fleeing to up north. You know, that's how come we got all those big towns up there. So people were paying their debt and getting themselves out of
But how
slavery.
would an African who was enslaved in West Africa and brought here to pick cotton, to harvest tobacco and other crops, how would they know what type of debt they owe?
A lot of us didn't.
I think I got a key that he missing right now. I feel like.
Go ahead.
Brother, do you know what the task system is, sir?
No, break it down for me, bro.
All right, cool. All right, so these forced labored Africans, right? Parts of South Carolina, parts of the South and whatnot. They had what is called a task system, where on the plantations they had a task to do, whether it be a certain amount of hours, whether the case may be, whether it be a certain amount of weight, or whatever the case may be for the type of job that they had. You had different types of skills as well, blacksmiths, so on and so forth, right? Artisans and whatnot.
Right.
So when that task was done for the day, these Africans were able to rent their services out on other plantations, so on and so forth. So you get stories like Mark Vesey, who got his freedom from what? Delato, right? How? Because they didn't work 7 days a week type shit. They had Sundays off, whatever the case may be, or X amount of time or whatever. So yeah, I think you knowing about the different types of slavery here in North America might help you out as far as this history right there. But that's my piece real quick.
Got you. Yeah, I got you, bro. Good piece.
Yeah, so that's all, man. I ain't rejecting what you're saying. I'm just trying to put it in the total context, because when we're the way that we're looking at it, right? Like we could look at it in the sense of European countries and what slavery meant up there, right? We know what it meant in these other societies. You know, even in the Americas, among the Paleo Indians, the indigenous people who were here way before anyone. We know what slavery is. We got a guy writing it from his own historical perspective about his own people, right? Hold on one second, Turtle Gang. And so when we're saying that with respect, to understanding that these terms have different meaning in different cultures and societies. So that's why I narrow it down all the way to no, let's just deal with America. Because that is where the discrepancies lie, and we have to find out those discrepancies.
Yeah, Rashawn, you're right, because they talk about they don't know the difference between slavery, indentured servitude, and serfdom, and they tend to mix them up, and they're completely different systems, and that's something that I think has to be you have to distinguish the difference between the three systems, but that's not what happens in most of the situations. People just see the word slavery and they assume that it's all the same thing, when it could be serfdom or it could be indentured servitude. That's just not the case. The other two actually have rights, indentured servitude and serfdom. And chattel slaves had nothing. They had no rights.
We could document these things too, as far as an African and an Irish, a Buckra, indentured servant, both getting in trouble, quote unquote, whether they running away or some shit like that, and the and the consequences are totally different. Even in law, it's stated.
Totally different. Absolutely right.
Even the clothing was different. Africans were. There's a brand called Osnaburg or Osnabred. Negro clothes, Negro shoes. Like, it's a complete difference. It was a clear distinction across the board. African descent, some Buckra shit, or some native shit. That's it.
We got Turtle Gang in the building with us, y'all. Peace, Turtle Gang. How you doing? You on mute. You still on mute, Turtle Gang. Well, Turtle Gang is here, but he might have stepped away. Shit. So I guess we'll come back to him. But
no, bro.
Okay, never mind.
Oh yeah, pardon me, I had it muted. I just want to say peace to the chat, peace to the panel. You know, I feel like y'all have a great handle on this Abo situation, and you know, I know a lot of people think I'm probably one of them, but far from that. And I said, I just want to applaud what y'all do. Sean P, last time we had an engagement, it got off probably to the wrong type of, you know what I'm saying? I want to tell you I respect what you do, and usually that's how when I come across people that I can respect, usually it happens that way. You know what I'm saying? We spar a little bit before we really settle into, you know what I mean, having real builds. So, you know what I mean? I like to be able to have a real build with y'all. So right now I'm just gonna sit in and just be quiet and listen to the conversation and add on what I can.
Hey, yo, Turtle, can I ask you a quick question, bro?
Yes, sir.
What part of Northeast you from? Jersey, Connecticut, where at?
I am from a place called Shuswap Morin, Navasink. It's called Monmouth County, New Jersey, right? It's the opposite side of what you call the Hudson Bay. It's the Raritan Bay, but the Raritan and the Hudson is the same body of water, all right? So I'm from what you call, I'm like 30 minutes out of the city.
Okay,
Jersey.
I peeped the accent. That's why I asked. Okay, that's what's up. Hey, yo,
Peace,
so
Turtle Gang, peace.
you know how they be
Peace,
asking
peace.
about different African words and shit? Just on some random shit, you know, I'm always on my gullah shit. We call turtles kuda. I believe it's a Wolof word. But yeah, that's in the words alternative Africanisms in Gullah dialect. Kuda, that's what we call turtles. Kuda soup, all that shit.
So in our Muncie dialect, turtle is takwa. In our Unami dialect, turtle is takuk.
Interesting.
And none of the abos know that shit.
No,
None of them.
let me tell you something about these abos, bro. See, if I could explain to y'all what this really is about, right? And like given time, I could show y'all all of this stuff, right? The early families that settled here, a lot of these people of color came as indentured servants long before the African slave trade. You can check Montclair State University's website. They document the family names, the names of the people, everything. A lot of these people ended up being freed by the 1650s and 60s and ended up settling. And when they settled outside of like New Amsterdam, the territories that were set aside for the Europeans. They settled outside amongst the Indians and they intermixed. There's somebody named, his name was Rodriguez. He was one of the first men of color kicked off a boat in New Amsterdam. All this is available on Montclair State University's website. The first non-indigenous settler of Lower Manhattan or New Amsterdam was a man by the name of Rodriguez. Got kicked off the boat. He was called a black rascal by the captain, kicked him off. He ended up settling in Lower Manhattan and he took on 2 Lenape wives. So by the time 1619 came around, when they brought the first slaves into New York, right, this man had already had babies and it's documented. A lot of these families that intermixed with the Indians when they first got here, right, those same families are still living up in these mountains and in these communities and still have those same names. You understand? They intermix with Indians, ended up intermixing with Africans, and now you have a group of people all over that are a mixture of the three, and can show our records going all the way back to colonization, to when these people arrived. My family my African ancestor came in on a boat in 1655, and he was an indentured servant of Samuel Fleming, who established Flemington, New Jersey. You can look up right now the Flemington House. It's an historical house, right? That's my African ancestry. That African ancestor ended up marrying a woman who was half white and Indian. So like we know our records, right? We don't claim this, we the original Indian and this and that. No, we are a product of colonial times, right? The issue is that we kept our customs that we inherited from our Indian ancestors because we were living in the territories. Simple as that. So our genetics are a mixed mash of African, Native, and European. But the culture and the communities we come from would be labeled Indian communities. As our people would move out of the communities, they would leave their ways behind. And that's just what happened to a lot of us. Some of us didn't leave our ways behind, some did. It's that simple. We're not the original Indian, we're descendants of those people, and we honor our ancestors. And I don't know why I do know why people have a problem with it, because these abos have redirected what's going on. and misconstrued everything. But there are actually people out here who have descendancy of both, and we honor our African ancestors as well as our Indian ancestors. My African ancestors come from Senegal. I have no problem acknowledging them. I've acknowledged them all my life.
But hey, you brother, you see how detailed you were in your story? Abel's never been detailed like that. You see how clear, concise, and coherent you were?
This is why the Abels don't like me, and this is why they've been trying to smear my name for like 5 to 10 years. All these Abels that have these names all used to sit on my page. They all stole our history, and they tried to write us out of it, just like the white man did. And when they couldn't find the Indian in their ancestry, that's when they changed the rules. Because remember, they genealogy people. So they're supposed to be able to pull their shit up out the paper. But they couldn't find their shit in the paper, so they changed the rules, and they tried to suggest that the original Indians are dark Indians based on paintings. That's bullshit.
Yo, you gotta be tripping, yo.
Nah, turtle going in. That's a fact. But yo, I like just. But see, the way you explain it is the same thing. You know, I got
I know you know the story.
I got family in Shinnecock. You know what I'm saying, with the Shinnecock, it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, the only reason I'm here is because I know you know. Otherwise, I'm not fucking with these niggas, bro. None of these niggas. Now, I'm gonna say this to you, right? And then I'm gonna shut up. Everybody know who Madam C.J. Walk is, right? We all know her, right?
Yeah.
Everybody know her, right? We in agreement?
Yeah.
Would you say she's a great person? Would you say she accomplished a lot of things for people of color, black people?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did some good things, for sure.
So, and I'm not just talking about the hair straightening shit. That's just one of the things.
The skin bleaching thing, though.
Yeah, no. She did a lot of other things, right? Not just.
I mean, hindsight is 2020.
I know. She was just trying to look out for people at the time. It wasn't in a negative way.
So she had a lot of other inventions, though, not just the hair shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you, right? So you can find her accolades in a book called Who's Who of Colored People, Volume 1, 1915, right? This book is full of African-American people who did incredible things, right? Well, the entry right below her is a man named William Elijah Rock. So if I can take you through it, my mother's name is Frances Rock. Her father's name was Leroy Rock. Leroy's father's name was William Elijah Rock. You understand? William's father was Peter. Peter's father was Peter. Peter's father was Abraham. Abraham was the man that was indentured on Samuel Fleming's Indian plantation. See, we know our history. Exact. Now, why I'm really trying to reach out to people is because we are in the middle of a case right now. We're about to fight a case against the mafia, against Tinton Falls, against New Jersey for our land. They're digging up our burial grounds. These burial grounds have Native Americans, they have their African ancestors, they have civil war veterans, World War I, World War II veterans, and they're tearing our shit up. And you know why they do it? Because we have African blood. So because we have African blood, they use the one-drop rule and they write out our Indian ancestry. And then they treat it, see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say to people is what they've done to us, they've done to most of our families, right? You don't have to go back to your Indian or your Africans that came over here on ships to fight for what's yours. Our ancestors acquired land all throughout the 16 and 1700s, 1800s, and then ended up losing that land to the Europeans that came over here through Ellis Island. 1871, the Naturalization Act, when they brought all them Europeans over here, that's when our ancestors started losing our land. And that's the fight we're fighting, irregardless if we're labeled black or Indian. We had land and they took it from us. And that's what we're fighting. And I just want to reach out to everybody.
No, but your case, bro, your case sounds like my family's case with my great-great-grandfather, Anderson Willis, which you can see old documents with us being in court from the fact that white folks are forging documents and stealing land from us. So
that's exactly
I get it, man.
So that's what I'm fighting for, right? I'm not debating with niggas over my ancestry or nothing. I'm fighting for some real shit, and I got people up here calling me a pseudo this and that. But my people in court fighting against these white people. not these people sitting online. And if you like, I dropped the link to the cases. I'll drop the case number, all of that. So while I got people out here disparaging me, talking shit about me, my family fighting the fight. For real. You know what I mean? So
I'm pretty sure they're doing the same thing. I'm pretty sure they're doing the same thing to you guys. What happened to lawyers is they just keep filing papers and kick the can down the road. They do this. They've been doing it to us. Yep.
Listen. The last person lynched in New Jersey is a man named Mingo Jack Johnson. Right? Anything I say, it's an easy Google. You ain't got to search hard for this. Mingo Jack Johnson was lynched. Mingo Jack Johnson was a famous jockey. Right? Monmouth Racetrack. All of this is in the area I'm talking to you about. Monmouth Racetrack. Mingo Jack Johnson won a race, famous black jockey. Mingo Jack Johnson was hung. Last man hung in New Jersey because they said he raped a white woman. Mingo Jack Johnson is my cousin. My family has been going through shit for hundreds of years. You know what I mean? To the point where our elders were scared to talk. Now we at a point now where we don't got to be scared no more. You understand? Like what's going to happen is going to happen, but we tired of being quiet. And what's happened to our family has happened to a lot of families. Now, the difference between my family and the other families is we come from a place called the Jersey Shore, whereas that's some of the most expensive, that land there, we're talking about right over, like from where I'm from, you can look across the water and see Manhattan. So we're talking about.
Oh yeah, that's millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe even
trillions, bro. Trillions.
Trillion,
yes. Yeah. So all of our people that have gone through shit, they've gone through shit because they wanted our land and things of that nature. But it's not some war was waged against us and they stole our land. Nah, they was doing little slick shit in court, having people. It's simple as this. I have ancestors who are documented as can't be taxed, right? But once they move you out of position and they make you fearful, you don't fight for your own rights. So the grandmother don't tell the grandchildren or tell their children the proper things. So you lose the land because they tell you, oh, you got to pay taxes and back taxes. And because you don't know the right information, you fuck around and sell your land off for some bullshit, not knowing that you don't have to pay taxes on that land because your great grandmother was a descendant of some Indian, and that's why that land is not taxable. These are the things that was going on. Not this other crazy shit that people's talking about. And this is the information people need to know so they can crush these people. Because they making it hard for somebody like me. Because I got to go out here and really fight this stuff. And then we got all this stuff going on. Meanwhile, we in and out of courts. I got a brother that was killed, not a physical brother, but it's a brother from Ramapo that was murdered last year, fighting for our land, fighting for his people's land. And he looked just like you and me, from Newark. And he's Arab, and he was Muslim. He a Lenape, and he was Muslim. And his family was the family that retrieved Malcolm X's body. If y'all like, I could plug y'all in with his mother, and she could tell you all types of stuff about when they went and retrieved Malcolm X's body. These are the type of families that's involved with shit that's going on out here. And everybody's talking about nonsense. And it's families and people that is really trying to do things to help our people. And we're being slandered. I yield the floor, bro.
It's kind of hard to follow up behind that. But yeah, we definitely support you in your fight in court, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to get the awareness out and just let people know, like, there's real people that live through this stuff. And
that's it. And that's all I wanted to share with y'all, bro. I never want to get into arguments with y'all. Nothing. I support y'all. I support Africa. I grew up in a house with an 8-foot scarab beetle on the east wall facing the water. Why? Because when they denied us the right to practice our cultures, our ancestors said, look to Africa. And we're going to practice those, and we're going to keep that close to our heart. So I don't know what these people talking about. And I can show you pictures of the 8-foot scarab beetle on the outside of my house. going back to the 70s. So it's a brother that said pseudo turtles here. Yeah, I'm here.
Who
I
said
ain't
that?
going nowhere. Somebody in the chat, pseudo turtle. Yeah, I'm here, and I ain't going nowhere. Hard shells, because we got no choice but to have hard shells. Thick skin. So just peace to y'all. I love what y'all doing. Please continue. You know what I mean? I don't got to fight them because y'all crushing them. So I support everything y'all doing.
Hey man, appreciate you hopping on. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna share my screen. I wanna play a little bit from your boy, the Hood Scientist. I think I'm on the right video. No. It's the tribal king. Is it the tribal king shit? Nah, it ain't the tribal king shit. Hold up. All right, I want y'all to hit this nut. I'm gonna let it rock. Oh no. Let me go. Well, yeah, I went past not a coincidence timestamp, but I want y'all to hit this nut.
We brothers, we cousins. You FBA niggas, and I'm saying that for the most part because of some are really under the understanding that they African. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But for the most, but I'm gonna speak in general. I'm gonna speak in general for the ones I've conversated with. I rock with the FBA, and the only way you can be foundational to America is to be an Aboriginal to America. That's the first. And the foundation is the first part that you put down. So to be foundational, you have to be part of the first. And I look at you guys as part of the first, and I tell you guys genealogy, true historical narrative, and oral history and tradition is what we got to encompass. So man, shout out to you, bro. Like I said, man, this Aboriginal FBA thing, like I said, I've said it so many times, is one and the same down there. It's one and the same.
Yeah, and the FBA shit, I mean, the foundation.
The only thing is, my bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. I just look at the FBA is where a lot of the Aboriginal brothers and sisters was when we was leaving these old ideologies that we was on, right? Whatever it was. I'm not going to say Pan-African, whatever ideology it was before you came here. We just didn't have no name for that era of consciousness when we was there. You know what I'm saying? We called it the transitioning point. And I feel like the FBA has created a sector for that transitioning point. We just have to have a maintained destination from where you're transitioning to. And I believe that the Aboriginal understanding, I feel like the Aboriginal understanding is the evolutionary conscious stage, the next evolutionary conscious stage of our consciousness. We all then went through various schools of thought. And this is the next level to everything. This Aboriginal perspective and awakening in truth. Because it's the truth. There's nothing else that's more truer than you or the dudes and the people and descend from the people that from her and you didn't come here. That's very critical.
That's how we move, brother AP. It's lineage over everything. We dealing with ethnicity. We dealing with our group specifically. That's it. And there's no hate or the vice of energy. You know what I'm saying? Put out to any immigrant. Meaning, Africans or the Caribbean.
Right. You got time today, man. Do you got some time today? I think you cut out. My bad.
And foundational. If you're talking about foundation, because we are like you say, you got to be Aboriginal, be a foundational, and then we can get to the U.S. corporation. We are the foundation of that. Through the good and the bad and what happened to us in America.
Oh man,
we are the foundation of the U.S. corporation as well.
Oh man, once we start talking about that, movie is
because our people the ones who built this shit up. You get what I'm saying? Our people the one who. So we are the foundation of the U.S. corporation as well. So all of this shit is ours, bro.
All this shit is ours, and we got to understand that. And so, just as easy as it is for a Native American to take claim to our ancestral ownership and what our ancestors have innovated, they're now trying to wiggle it around into our modern innovations. All right, so you got Native Americans and other people saying that they was here building Gobekli Tepe or goddamn Tania Noche land and El Mirador and Corral. and they're trying to say that they invented hip hop as well. So we got a lot.
I've never heard I've never.
I have.
American claim to invent hip hop?
Yes, Aboriginal. Yes, I heard this about 4 years ago. Yes.
No, not Aboriginal.
No, Kelly. No, Kelly, not that. He just stirring the pot. That's all he do.
They make shit up. But go ahead, Lucky.
No, that's it. They make shit up. You said it.
I never heard that. That shit is crazy.
All right, hold on. Here goes some more.
A lot of fashions that they're trying to attack us with, and we just got to gatekeep our culture, man. This is our shit, like you said. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We got 119 in here. Hey, if you guys want to support the channel, man, hit that cash out. You know, we operating off the tablet, so we.
Yeah, man. If you wanna support the channel, man, hit that cash app, man. You know what I'm saying? If you want the cash app, I give it to you. You know.
Yeah, give it to me. I'll shoot you right now.
It spills a fly. No, Callie, no. I'm being sarcastic.
Might be on a little delay, so shout out to my brother Anti-Social Booby for coming and build with me, man. One of the brothers from Secure the Tribe, pushing the FBA, Aboriginal, you know, foundational to the Americas conversation. You know what I'm saying? Which swings them right around to this Aboriginal perspective.
Listen, bro, they are hijacking the hell out of shit.
And he had to go recruit the Secure the Tribe niggas.
Yo, yes.
Yeah, it's get bad.
So you have to go to FBA at ADOS. That's what this shit has been about. They've been doing this for a while.
Yeah, I ain't know it was that bad though, Kelly. I mean, he do this every 9 months, but this crazy.
remember they just had a falling out with Tariq Nasheed. Now they back trying to get him back in the fold. What happened? Because Tariq still claiming African shit though. So they can't say if Tariq still try to combine, do a combination of both.
They say Tariq is coming along. He still has a lot to learn.
Yeah,
right?
They give
no, he ain't.
No, listen, this is what they say.
That nigga sell Ogun juice for real.
He like Tariq don't deny anything African, and he don't deny the slave trade. Abos deny the slave trade. So this FBA guy
and that Harriet Tubman was a real person. He got on their ass about that shit. Yeah. That's why he did that. That's why he did that Dan Calloway shit. That shit was funny.
So whoever this FBA guy is, he's out of his. He's not on code, as Tariq would say.
No, this is He's Secure Tribe. They are separate. They are slightly different, but they are the same. They the same.
He did say FBA though.
Yeah, they same. You know what I'm saying? They like slightly different, same type shit.
It's like a black Indian and an Abo, like a Choctaw.
That's exactly
man.
what it is. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, Choctaw.
They're not really different, but they're different. They're not different. They're a little different.
You see, I switched my pick, right? Since they want to call me a Pan-African all the time, you might as well just be it.
Well, they don't know what a Pan-African is. They just like how they just made that shit up for the FBA guy. They just need something to band the truth together. So,
Yeah, and I do. I have a bunch of fucking red, black, green flags. I was actually a real Pan-African for real. In the past. Now I just go by more just a black nationalism now, but fuck it. I don't care. You want to call me a Pan-African? I don't give a damn. This shit don't bother me.
Here we go.
But since you on here with us, you got some time, brother Booby. I want to play a clip from Tariq Nasheed the other day talking about he had a good extensive conversation with his family and telling him how he was what tribes he come from. So he kind of gets into that conversation. You got time to listen to that with us today? Shout out to Anti-Social Booby.
You know what I'm saying, but hold on 1 second. Let me set this up right.
On her with us.
Right now. Yeah, I'm feeling real playerish right now. I got the late night vibe right now. Yeah. Got the
that Rude Words?
History Museum. If you are a rapper in the Los Angeles area.
That's Tariq.
Oh no, it's Tariq. No, it's Tariq. Okay, my bad.
That would be great. Ladies and gentlemen. to the main subject. All right, because when I start talking about the main topic, a lot of times we're getting a lot of people in here down in Alabama calling
movie. And I want to reiterate
NYCT Girl and Nikki the God. Welcome everybody in the room, and a comedy show.
A classic one. If you didn't get to see that Origin of White Supremacy, the A1 did featuring me. That was a classic as well. Fire, probably one of the top pay-per-views.
Yes, man, it's a $500. But anyway, let me talk about what we're going to talk about today real quick. There was an article, was it the New York Times? Yeah, it's good to see the family, man.
I ain't trying to say.
Tria, you better behave.
I'm asking, like, what, like, do he even have an understanding of restitution? I think that's somebody should try to get on the Twitters. I think we should invade Twitters. Should it be reparations or restitution? I think we need to tag Tyreek. I think we need to get a real cracking, smacking, lit Twitter spaces going. Anybody got Twitter? If y'all got Twitter in the chat, drop a fire emoji in the chat. Let me know if y'all got.
Hey Sean, you know when Tariq Nasheed, right, when he spoke to the panel in California for California Reparations Task Force, that he never brought up anything Abo. He stuck to the African.
Because he's not an Abo.
I know.
He's doing what they are doing to him, right? He takes their little talking points and he just rakes in the pseudos, and they try to flip it. They like, man, you know what? He taking too much of our base. We got to try to go get some of his base. But the only thing they doing is they just cycling customers, basically. They just bringing the niggas who got money over to Tariq and everybody who.
No, but Tariq, at least Tariq had enough common sense. No, he couldn't bring that shit up because the California Reparations Task Force, like I said, California Reparations is based off of African slavery. It's even in the documents. There's enslaved Africans.
I seen that shit. It's in there just like that. Enslaved Africans. They ain't talking about no motherfucking indigenous nothing. The California reparations thing is purely about motherfucking descendants of Africans.
But Sean, if you let them tell it, the reparations and all this stuff was started on the backs of the Aboriginal movement.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they say all this shit was created from the grassroots Aboriginals.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, you can.
So when we talk about Aboriginals, this is what they're not getting. Aboriginals references nations, not individuals. So how I elaborate on that. So a nation is a body of people, right? Nations interact with other nations. So at any given time, you're gonna have intermarrying, genetic swapping, right? So when we talk about nations being Aboriginal, indigenous, we're talking about the nation as a whole. The people that make up the nation don't necessarily have to be Aboriginal or indigenous to even that nation. See what I'm saying? Like it's not an Aboriginal is not a singular thing. It represents nations. Just like when they talk about the United Nations and UNDRIP, that's not something that an individual can enforce. That's something only a nation can attach itself to. You know what I'm saying? Like none of these things are about individuals. They're about nations. And indigenous nations have genetics from all over the world because it's 2023. See what I'm saying? Like all the argument points they make really have no merit in the real conversation. Like Aboriginal, indigenous represent nations of people, bodies of people, not individuals. You know what I'm saying?
So you saying people can be Aboriginal and not be native, Turtle?
Nah, native just means born in. Anywhere you're born.
Well, I mean indigenous. So you saying people could be Aboriginal but not indigenous?
No, they're all, listen what I'm saying. You can be a part of an Aboriginal nation, but not be, your genetics be fully indigenous because you might be a mixed ancestor, you might be mixed. See what I'm saying? You marry into the nation, you're a part of an Aboriginal nation that has history that goes back thousands of years, but you are a part of an Aboriginal nation. You're not an Aboriginal. See what I'm saying? Aboriginals are people that, like, they live a different culture. Aboriginal are the original people. You're not even your mother or your father. See what I'm saying? How you the first? They're talking about nations. See what I'm saying? You understand? A nation, not people. We're not the first people. I come from what is called a First Nation, an Aboriginal nation. I'm not Aboriginal. I'm a descendant of Aboriginals. You get what I'm saying to you?
Huh?
Do you understand what I'm saying? The difference between a nation and an individual. Like an individual is born in a certain year, a nation has been around for thousands of years. You get the difference?
What this nigga talking about?
I get what you're saying.
Huh? I'm just saying when they claim Aboriginal, that's a status that's for a nation, for a body of people, not for a singular person. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't have no nation to attach to it, you're just saying a word that don't mean nothing.
Oh, he's talking about like individual tribes. Individual tribes.
The rights come through the tribes, which is the nation. Yeah.
Come through is a nation. It's not something you can claim as an individual. There are no rights for Aboriginal as an individual. You got to be a part of an Aboriginal nation
to have those Aboriginal rights. To have those
rights.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And that
so they're not a part of no nation. They just using the word Aboriginal in a singular sense.
They're using it in a sense of trying to say they're the original people, but that comes out of the 5% Muslim lessons, which tells you the original man is the black man. So they're mixing up concepts from 5% and trying to apply it to Aboriginal customs and culture. See what I'm saying? They're using terms. They're not really anybody. So all they're doing is talking. Like Aboriginal nations have a name. See what I'm saying?
And I said now it makes sense why Aboriginal Mac is sticking to Choctaw, because he's trying to claim something, but then again he's not going to actually try to provide any evidence of it.
And this the thing,
but he's at least claim it.
But them Choctaws aren't Negro.
No, they're not. He could claim Choctaw all he wants, but until the Choctaw government claims him, he can't enforce no rules. Do you understand? The only people that can enforce those rights are the nation's governments, government to government. Can't no individual talk that shit. These motherfuckers.
Nah, you know the black folks that I spoke to in Clubhouse that were saying they were Choctaw. They said they're Choctaw freemen. They are African people of African descent who were enslaved by the Choctaw. And we try to tell Choctaw Mac that I said, you're probably a Choctaw freeman. He said, no, I'm not. I'm a real Choctaw. I'm mixed with white African.
So check it out. Choctaw is one of the five civilized tribes. The 5 civilized tribes are the ones who entered into agreement with the United States and took on the customs. The five civilized tribes adopted slavery. My tribe never fucked with slavery. All the tribes didn't. Only the 5 civilized tribes did everything they needed to do to get in alignment with the United States, and that meant slaves.
Fight with the Confederacy too.
They way out of that shit. They can't.
They fight with the Confederacy too.
Yeah, they can't talk their way out of that shit. It's historical. You know, like it is what it is. Like they using these terms inconsistently. You can't go into the UN as a person. You can only go in there as a nation or an organization. Because the UN is not for people, it's for nations. So even when they talk this UNDRIP shit, they just run in their mouth. You don't have a government. You don't even have a constitution. My nation, we got our own constitution. When we deal with the United States, we deal with them government to government. We don't deal with them like, we don't go in, like, these niggas all look on their passports, their citizenship says United States of America.
Facts.
So they got nobody. They got no grounds to stand on. They got into a fight with Billy, and they going to see Billy's father for justice.
Well, yeah, bro. You ever heard of Lotus? You ever heard of the dude Lotus? He's saying he's First Nations. Lotus says he's First Nations.
What First Nation?
I don't know what tribe he is, but he just said he's First Nations.
Let me tell you, bro. Us that are attached to our nations, we only talk like that when we're around people that don't know. I would never go around somebody and be like, I'm First Nation. I would tell, matter of fact, I would introduce myself in my traditional greeting, speaking my language. Because if I don't, these other Indians ain't gonna take me serious.
No, I know that because
So
there's a rapper who got murdered in 2015 out of the Bay Area by the name of Jacka. And his mom is half African American and half First Nations, like literally. And she named the damn tribe. I can't pronounce the goddamn tribe, but she's half First Nations, for real, for real. And she took a picture with actual Choctaw. Go ahead.
Listen, next weekend I'm gonna be at Princeton University for the Lenape History and Language Symposium. It's gonna be Lenape from all over the North America and Canada. It's a private invite. Everybody just can't roll up. Now, when we roll up there and they see us and we come in there with these black faces, yeah, they feel some type of way about us. But guess what? When we start speaking the language and telling our history, then it's like, oh, ain't nothing we can say. These people are who they are. It's that simple. So if you really them. So what I'm saying is, like, all these people, they making all these claims. They not aligned with no nation. They've been out here for 5-6 years saying that they Indians, but ain't no nation claimed them. Why not? How you trying out for the NBA after 5 years and you ain't been picked up? At some point, motherfucker, you ain't got what it takes. Like Dane Calloway, he been out here making all this noise and ain't no nation claimed him. No, that's not how it happens. That's not how it works. It's nowhere is how it works. Behind the scenes, I've been going through it with the Indians out west for 10 years. Going through it. Now they know exactly who it is, and they're like, yeah, they are who they are. But if you think I wasn't getting vetted for the past 10 years by all these Indians out west, I absolutely was.
I'm pretty sure the Abels made it harder though too, right? All this stupid ass claims come from the Aboriginals. He's black and he's internet Indians.
Well, no, by the time this whole shit popped off, we had already proved to them people out west who we were. You know what I'm saying? But they still was on, they still feel how they feel because there's racism everywhere.
You ain't lied though.
So what I'm saying is these abos are just making it worse, but by now they're already like, they know the difference. If anything, at this point, the abos made it better for us that are authentic because now they can see the difference. See what I'm saying? So it's even on some level helped us, but what it's done is driven a wedge between us and our black communities that we grew up in. See what I'm saying? I grew up out here. You know what I mean? So I don't need people that I walk these streets with looking at me based on some agenda that these fucking abos have created. You know what I'm saying? Just because I fucking say I'm this, now niggas associate me with these abos, and now I got to deal with that in my own community. You understand? And that's wrong, especially when I'm out here doing things in my community. 24 Hours of Peace is a concert we do every year, 10 years straight in Newark, working with the mayor of Newark. You know what I mean? Raz Baraka, black mayor. You know what I'm saying? From the hood. We do a 24-hour concert every year, free concert. Whole hood comes out. You know what I mean? We bring out companies and stuff that can, help people, all types of things. But it's something we do for the people every year. These are something I'm a part of. I'm a part of a lot of things in our communities that help uplift our communities. Whether it's like I'm active in black communities and I'm active in my traditional community. You know what I'm saying? And our ultimate goal is to bring the two together. You know what I mean? Why not? We was together before during the Black Panther times. You know what I'm saying? Why are we not together now? And that's what our ultimate goal is, to bring Africans. That's why we have this festival we having in Rhode Island next month. You know what I mean? Celebrating we just signed a treaty it's called the State of African Diaspora, which is a organization in Africa that is reaching out to the Americas to start dealing with some healing. You know what I'm saying? So we are part of that. We just signed an agreement with them. We got a festival, 3-day festival in Rhode Island next week to celebrate this. People from Senegambia is coming out here. You know what I mean? This is what we're promoting.
And hold on, Callie.
You know what I mean?
I was just saying salute to you. That's it. That's all I want to say, Sean.
All right. So real quick, not to get off, but I want to bring this up to everybody, man. Please make sure that you over there on Each One Teach One, paying attention to the community because they're updating us with information. Here we have on the screen the Shrine of Clyde Winters. This is the sacred shrine of Grand Chief Clyde Winters. Is a landmark for highly melanated Aboriginal copper-colored and Irish Americans. The sacred
That's King
shrine,
Kampala's daddy.
yeah. The sacred shrine is located in the living room decor section of the Renner Center on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Cook County.
Hey, bro, they wildin'.
Yeah, to the Clivian theology, walk around the statue chanting 3 times, Abo, Abo, do. That's not a glowing fez. That's the psych ward ambulance coming for you.
Am I lying? No, not a coincidence. Is that King Kampala's daddy?
Yo.
Highly melanated Aboriginal crazy.
Yo, King crazy as motherfucker.
Yo, so then we got RBG Boogeyman. The RBG Boogeyman is a mythical creature that copper-colored Aboriginal highly melanated claim to visit them in their dreams, causing nightmares and kidnapping them on a ship to an African jungle. RBG Boogeyman stalks dreams by chanting Amistad in the ear to the tune of James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud. And up next is Chief Pan Abos. Chief Pan Abos was an Aboriginal chief and doctor who first discovered pandemic Aboriginal syndrome during the Spanish flu of 1918, ladies and gentlemen. During that period, melanated Americans began perming their hair and lightening their skin as a cure for africosis, one of the syndrome's symptoms. In 2019, pandemic Aboriginal syndrome emerged once more. Melanated Americans dear its victims once again as they began having nana vision when viewing social media and thinking wearing a Native American headdress would cure them of africosis. Thanks to the knowledge of the history of Chief Pan Abos, aware people of African descent were immune from the syndrome. The assholes activity will continue.
Damn, Callie, it looked like you was on to something, man. I guess they all do got the pandemic Aboriginal syndrome.
That's when the shit started.
I told you a lot of cats. I knew cats who switched, who became abos during the pandemic. I said, you didn't believe this shit like a freaking month ago. You were on the other side. Now you think you indigenous? Who convinced you of this shit? Oh man, I've been on the channel. Dan Calloway. He got real good information. I said, what good information? What did he show you? Oh man, them people been lying to us for a long time. I said, what people? White folks. I said, his information come from white folks. But it said, it's just that's the hidden information that the white folks had. That's what Dan was telling us. I said, bro, you about to get washed up in this bullshit. He's still an abo today. And we don't really talk much because it's a waste of time. He decided to be a moron. So I know several folks who hang out in these goddamn abo spaces.
I know more people who have converted off the abo, though. In my experiences, I don't know like 4 or 5 people who left the abo community.
Oh, I've seen them recently. I'm just talking about during the pandemic, bro. What I told you about the pandemic abos. Right. Yeah, I'm talking about during that time when people don't really have shit to do. So that's when the you remember the abos was starting getting spiking views and shit like that during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's because you got to think that's when they was hot. You know what I mean? The Tariq Nasheed was hot. They had the what's that other shit that was hot? They was doing. Damn, it was something else. Some clickbait ass shit they was doing. But yeah, that's what they do, man. They ride.
Pandemic abos is a good name because that's what was the highest point, and that's where they had a high conversion rate.
Oh yeah,
a lot of folks have got off that shit though.
The land patent shit. That's when they was doing the land patent shit. Everybody land patents, and if you ain't got no land patent, you ain't a real Indian. That's what they was.
And they was doing the status correction sheets. You know what else is doing it? Doing that. Young Pharaoh, and Dan Calloway were both selling status correction sheets during the pandemic. Yeah, remember Young Pharaoh was also on that shit
with them SF-183 packets. They always selling them packets.
Young Pharaoh also was selling pamphlets on how to get to the 4th and 5th dimension. I'm serious, bro. I was like, whoa, bro. I was trying to tell them dudes that he was fake, bro.
Oh, no, YP. We don't say his name. We say young pseudo.
Oh, young pseudo. There we go. Young pseudo. I remember I was like, because
Callie,
he had
Callie,
he says
what is the fourth and fifth dimension though?
Bro, I still don't know. Bro, I still don't know. He said, I've been there. You know how you talk? He said, I've been there. You know, I said, I can show you how to get there, but everybody don't have, you know, I said, everybody, they haven't reached their higher self in order to get there. But I can show you how to do it. But, you know, I've been there. I've spoken to the aliens. Y'all know. You've seen it. You know that Michelle Obama used to be a man. You know, he was saying all this crazy shit at once. I was like, bruh, what the fuck? I said, but y'all believe this shit? Yeah. All this shit because he said something right about their Deontay Wilder, and Deontay Wilder got screwed, right? That's the only time I said he said one thing right, so you believe everything he said? I told them dudes back then, I said that dude is a fraud, bro. And everybody, all the cats, a lot of cats I was cool with who started listening to him, they were telling me that I was crazy and I was just hating him. I said, nah, that dude full of shit. I said, that nigga telling you to take colloidal silver, bro, colloidal silver. He was trying to sell that to y'all niggas, bro.
That nigga was the Black Alex Jones for about 2 months, nigga.
he was going to get y'all, Sean. Well, I remember when you guys talking about COVID, he was going to get y'all at that time. I'm talking about young pseudo. You can call y'all agents, bro. You don't remember that, Sean?
They all want to be like him, for real, for real. They hope they can get as big as him.
He was calling Sean, Unc, and you guys agents.
Yeah, I don't listen to him. He called me a whole bunch of shit. I never went over there to listen.
No, I didn't have to because everybody was coming on my channel telling me what he was saying and trying to convince him. I said, "No, bro, I listened to that dude for 5 minutes. And this dude fake." I figured it out right away. It didn't even take long. I said, "This dude's a scammer, bro. I don't know why y'all believe this. Either he's a scammer or just crazy, or both."
Well, listen, I seen him. This is early on. He was having a conversation with Unc. They was outside. This nigga said something about 200-year-old pyramid or some crazy shit.
2 million.
After that, 2 million or something. Yeah. After that, it was nothing else for me to hear. This is before he even got. And then he tried to pull it. He tried to source it, and they was just killing him. But yeah,
Unc beat him bad. That was. I thought that was the end of Buddy, but he had that reemergence. And then, like you said, with the Wilder situation, he had another reemergence. He had like a rebrand again, and that's what took him over the top. He got all the white people fucking with him. That nigga went to Texas, bought a gun. That nigga, they got turned out.
But that's how he got in with a lot of folks during the Wilder situation with the gloves, which we found out that Tyson Fury that he actually took human growth hormones, but he tried to say that he ate pig in order to them pig balls, and that's how the human growth hormones came up in the system. Like, shut up. Yeah, lie, bro. Just lie.
Real quick, I wanna deal with something real quick. It's for the people that deny the slave trade. I want to take y'all to a place where it gets real thick. I really don't like talking about that pseudo-ass nigga. He really ain't got nothing. But here we go. So, a single page. Hold on 1 second. I got it. Yeah. All right, I'm back. You're over there hollering like a little girl. All right. So y'all can see my screen, right? Can't give y'all this work. This work costs like $170. But it's called The Shrines of the Slave Trade, Diola Religion and Society in Pre-Colonial Senegambia. All right. So let me get away from his little intro. And I want to show y'all something. So I'm going to go to page 8. But the historical study of African traditional religions is one thing. I really don't want to go to page 8, but it's there. All right, so here we go. Let's go back. Slave trade and religious change in the 18th century. What y'all think this chapter gonna tell us? What y'all think is gonna tell us?
It's probably to change
Slave.
how they start incorporating Christianity or something like that.
All right, so you on to something, but here we go. So as the people of Isalulu faced the difficult task of integrating Flute and Kunjin communities and creating a common Diola tradition, they also confronted the disruptive influence of a growing European commercial presence in the region. Let me stop. So you remember initially the dude said that Africa and Africans were white people that were being transported to the Americas. All right. Here we have a distinct line drawn in Senegambia that is denoting two different influences of people, and well, really three influences of people. There's two communities, which are both named and then told into one, which would create the Diola tradition. And then you have the European commercial presence in the region. So, can somebody tell me if the word European, who would be considered descendants of Europeans? Are there, are these black people? What are they?
What we call white people.
Okay.
The Caucasoid.
All right, thank you. So as early as the mid-17th century, European willingness to sell such strategic items as muskets, gunpowder, and iron created clear military and economic advantages for the societies willing to engage in trade. An expanding market for slaves and the increase in the availability of iron and muskets escalated both the level and frequency of violence throughout the Casamas. Despite the Diola's initial reluctance to trade directly with Europeans, it became increasingly difficult to avoid participation in this Atlantic trade system. By the early 18th century, Diola communities utilized various African middlemen to become actively involved in the sale of rice, slaves, and beeswax in exchange for cattle or for European trade goods. So in this chapter, as not a coincidence, y'all already said, it examines the impact of the commerce, particularly in slaves, on Diola society and the Awasana tradition. It focuses on 4 issues: the structure of Diola participation in the slave trade, the involvement of the spirit shrines in its regulation, the impact of such involvement of the spirit shrines, and the changes of Isalulu religious life that grew directly out of the increased trade by placing the slave trade in context of religious history. It becomes possible to focus on the spiritual challenges posed by the Diola participation in the slave trade, the ways in which this participation was legitimated and regulated by religious authorities, and the ways in which the Asawa system of thought shaped Isalula participation in the slave trade. So there's a lot going on. But up first is the people that he said was being traded. Until the 18th century, European commercial interests in the Casamas focused on the Kasanga kingdom and the Bannock states of the Middle Casamas. By the 1650s, the Portuguese, who the hell are the Portuguese? Are the Portuguese blacks?
Hell no.
Hell no.
They established a major trading center at Caxias along the Sao Domingo River and 2 smaller parts of the Zenguchor or Nabolo. The Zenguchor,
come on.
The mere 40 kilometers of the Isalulu Bolo was in their region. Now, I'm going to stop right there. I bring this book up for those of you who don't know. Multiple reasons. One of the reasons is this right here: raiding and trading, captives and slaves. We know who was raiding and trading, and we know who was buying, and we know what made it prevalent: guns and butter. Once the European participation in creating an economic system behind the slave trade began and it kicked off, it did a number on motherfuckers who was already beefing with each other per tribalism. But at the same time, I am also challenging the question of Negroes always being in America and somebody going over and putting white people on ships and bringing them to the Americas. What you talking about? You've been looking for this. So we know that. And we don't have no history or no participation. We know exactly what exactly influenced the whole slave trade in Africa, right? And we know who the people were that was being traded in Africa. Do you think that the people in Ghana and the people in Cameroon and Togo and Benin are apologizing to white people for sending white people to America? Y'all quiet. I'm asking y'all a question. Taraka said no.
Oh yeah, my bad. Nah. They definitely wasn't white.
Right. So these Africans ain't apologizing. So all right. So is he saying, all right, so let me see if he's saying this. So is he saying that black people was already all over the whole earth, the whole globe, and have always been before these white people emerged? And then the white people were sent over here from the African slaves. And the good old white people is getting apologies from West African countries.
That's what you want. Yeah, something like that.
Damn. So why would they write about the Sudanic kingdoms? And we all know the Sudan in the instance means blacks. We also know that Balad el Sudan means land of the blacks. So how the hell is white people living in the land of the blacks?
So they don't even know. That's what that means. They don't know that.
They don't know that about Niger. They don't know that about Niger or Nigeria. They don't know any of it.
I mean, they can't have it both ways. You can't have a recessive genetic people that can't survive in the sun come from a place that thrives in the sun.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense at all. Then you over there talking about dark-skinned people were living up in very cold regions, which doesn't make any sense. Black people living in Alaska or originating in Alaska, or were the first people in Alaska? Really? Make that make sense. Come on. Alaska and Canada. Or the black is pale, so y'all slow. Yeah, you better stop doing that, Danny. Root words gonna run with that, or smoke signal.
Nah,
their culture come out the dictionary, so that's why they stick to that shit, to the definition of words. That's where their culture come from. They have no other references. So that's why they play the word games.
Good point.
Hey, you ain't heard about the Abo blood though, bro. You ain't heard about the Abo blood?
I heard about the Abo blood. I be watching all the shit ABO. I heard about that shit. I said, damn, this shit is Abo blood. Like, so is the people named after the blood? Is the blood named after them? You feel me? Like, I don't be making no sense of this shit.
How come y'all won't let me talk?
Golly, bro. Yo, not a C. When you going live, yo? I've been buying time. Name you.
Nah, it's gonna be later tonight. I got some shit I gotta do.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to take the family to this fair, and so after that,
Oh, okay.
probably
So
like 9, 10 o'clock. We gonna do the late night.
Probably tomorrow, huh?
No,
nah,
like
they
9,
do
10.
late night shit.
We gonna do
You
the
heard?
late night. I ain't gonna fall asleep this time though.
Nigga fell asleep the last time. Yo. We over here trying
Yeah,
to keep the show alive and shit. This nigga sleep.
That baby
I
kicking
wouldn't
your
check.
ass,
Yo,
though, huh?
listen. I
Now to
wouldn't
see
check
that
on
baby
my
kicking your
daughter.
ass, huh?
Laid down, it was over.
That baby kicking your ass, though, huh?
Yeah,
I know.
definitely. It's all good.
This is a fact. And if you think about it, it gives it a lot of validity to what you're saying here. If you look at the threat and the intent and purpose of the Hermetic hypothesis, that is exactly what they're doing. And they're doing it in reverse.
You hear the Abos say, though, so they point to South Africa, right? In North Africa, they said, well, proof. We got proof because you look at the term. They're using today's terms, right? That Northern Africans are considered to be white, right? And then we already know about the descendants of the Dutch and the English and Germans that are settled down in South Africa, right? And they're saying that's proof. So that's proof. That's proof back in the 16th century, in the 15th century, and the 17th century that Africa was white. Stupid ass shit, bro. Just dumb. I hate that they mix up time periods, bro. I can't stand that shit.
Like I said, they used the 1828 dictionary definition to define something that happened in the 1500s. So they hold
No, today
everything
they
is out
want
of
to
time.
that dictionary.
Every,
But not a coincidence pulled it up. They didn't want to use it no more.
that's their birth certificate. I don't know the fuck. That's their creation story. So
Black's Law. Me pull up Black's Law.
That's what the Moors do. That's what they get from the Moors. That's where you learn that shit. Black's Law from the Moors.
Yeah, this shit crazy, bro. This shit is dumb. It's been debunked. It got debunked a long time ago, but it don't matter. They just keep moving the goalposts, and it's because they freestyle so much, they just keep creating new shit. So they just said, okay, you debunked that, you didn't kill us dead on that, so we just make up something else. I remember all these dudes were claiming to be like Choctaw and Blackfoot, and then they ran away from those tribes.
See, it's the thing, they say there's pyramids on Mars. So why can't we get these niggas to go to Mars? Get them to claim that shit. They can have that.
Or they won't leave the hieroglyphics. They keep saying hieroglyphics are in the Grand Canyon. That I don't know why that won't die. It's a debunked story.
Yeah, that's that G.E. Kincaid mythology.
It don't matter. It's one thing or another. You keep pointing. You keep like, no, this is not true. It is. And then the Queen Khalifa keeps coming up no matter what. I was like, bro, it's like every month I hear about Queen Khalifa. I'm like, man, we killed this. Have you guys ever looked up Queen Khalifa? Oh, that's just what they say. Who's they? Who the hell is they? I hate that when they tell you who they say.
All these arguments resurface about every 6 to 7 years. Keep your notes. You know what I mean? They'll be back. It'll be a whole new generation coming back with the same argument.
Yeah, I can tell. You can tell who the baby apples are, right? You can tell where the baby apples are based on where they are with the information. The bullshit.
It's kind of hard to tell because the baby abos and the top abos, they kind of use the same talking points. It's like once you get all the way to the top, you back to baby status. You see what I'm saying? They start talking that 1828 shit again once you get to the top.
But the baby abos don't really have Like they haven't picked up all the talking points yet, but they have like some of the basics from some videos that they watch.
Y'all get the books?
Yeah, I got the email that you sent me. Appreciate it, Sean. Thank you.
Nah.
I sent your email back. Thanking you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, cause this shit crazy, bro. But it has to be done. It's working though. Like I said, the damage is being done. You can. I'm looking at the numbers. Even when I was looking at Dan Calloway channel, his videos still solid, not where they were. Even Pure Mail too. So it's working. Their numbers are way down.
Yeah, I got it. I appreciate that.
That right there is motivation to make you want to keep going. I was like, oh, we're doing damage. When I saw that, I said, okay, yeah, I'm motivated now. I'm more motivated now. I was like, oh, this damage. This is working.
Yeah, because for a while, Kelly, it was like, not a coincidence, was the only nigga giving niggas smoke, and then you have to get on their panel to go back and forth. But now it's like everybody on their trail. You know what I'm saying? They can't get away, and they starting to feel that pressure.
They can only lie for so long.
You see, they took down the Q butter conversation.
Wow. They got to, they do you. It's going on their panels now, but they ain't gonna let you go on your panel now. They don't allow you. If you know what you're talking about, if you don't know what you're talking about, they'll let you up there. If you know what you're talking about, man, you can forget it. You ain't getting up there. Because they want to make quote unquote Pan-African look bad, right? But it has to be somebody who don't know shit. If you know what you're talking about, you got to go.
All right, so before I wrap up though, man, I wanna drop this on some heads real quick. You heard me say this a lot on Not a Coincidences channel, and I want people to really understand what I'm talking about when I'm referring to it. So, pseudo-archaeology, Native American myths as a test case. Now, this gets interesting. Now, a little less than 15 years ago, I was invited to participate in a radio talk show at a local station in Hartford, Connecticut. I was a last-minute addition to the panel that included a local museum curator and 3 Native Americans. The curator's museum housed a collection of ancient Indian artifacts, including material related to at least one human burial that was on display. The curator originally had agreed to be the lone spokesperson on a broadcast, arguing for the importance of legitimacy and of the excavation analysis, display, and the curation of archaeological objects. However, since in an ambush, the curator had requested that an archaeologist be included on the panel. I was available and agreed, perhaps to naively, to participate. Like most of us conducting field archaeology of prehistoric sites in the United States, I have been attracted to the discipline because of an abiding interest in the human past. Also, like most North American prehistorians, though I am not an Indian, I became an archaeologist equally because of fascination with and an intense admiration for the cultures of Native America. Knowing this, it was a terrible irony to me that even 15 years ago, the relationship between Native American and archaeologists could be characterized as an uneasy and eroding truce. Many Native Americans viewed archaeologists as interlopers from the dominant culture, outsiders who exploited Native people for their own purposes. The common and often reasonable perspective of any Indian was that archaeologists were scientists who studied Indian ancestors, but who had little interest in and no accountability to the descendants of the people who had produced the cultures and sites upon which these scientists focused. Many Native Americans believed that archaeologists had merely updated to a degree the old racist saw, the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Many Native Americans believed, often justifiably, that archaeologists were concerned about only the ancient ancestors of Indians and care little or nothing about living Native people of those peoples' perspective of their own history. For many, as archaeologist Randall McGuire points out, archaeology represents yet another instance in which outsiders had appropriated something that belonged to Native Americans, their history. The archaeologist's authority over Indian past is simply one other aspect of lives that has been taken from their control. So, archaeologist Larry Zimmerman goes even further, indicating that to some Native Americans, the pursuit of archaeology is kind of a scientific colonialism. All right. Now, I had to agree to participate in the radio panel for two fundamental reasons. I felt like some of the general responsibility was for bad behavior of some of the members of the discipline, and I believe innocently, I suppose, that I could expiate my personal feelings of guilt and exonerate my field of study if only I could explain my work and the work of most of my fellow archaeologists. Unfortunately, my museum colleague had foreseen the scenario of the radio panel correctly. It was a setup. The goal of all had been to exploit the growing controversy within Native American communities about archaeology. No real dialogue took place. None had been intended. The museum curator and I had been invited to serve as effigies of our disciplines. We were the representatives of evil Western culture, ghouls of science, who desecrated and displayed the graves of Native Americans for fun and profit. As depressing as this was 15 years ago, the relationship between at least some Native Americans and some archaeologists has deteriorated, if anything, since that radio broadcast. It is a shame and is based more on political issues and less on genuine conflict between what archaeologists actually do and what some natives find objectionable. So peep game. Archaeologists are sometimes depicted as exploiters and despoilers of native culture. There's a popular perception that archaeologists spend much more of their time looking for and then excruciating tombs, looting them and their fabulous and sacred treasures, placed there to accompany the deceased to the afterlife, all in the name of museums willing to spend huge sums of money for such objects. But is this really what archaeologists do? Certainly, it conforms to commonly held stereotypes, but does this reflect the kind of archaeology conducted by anthropological trained archaeologists in the late 20th century? In fact, it does not. Certainly, I could understand the Indians on the radio panel objecting strenuously to the excavation of the bones of their immediate ancestors, but I have never excavated a human burial and know of very few archaeologists who have. The passage at the federal level in 1990, which was the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, has resulted in the removal of large collections of human remains and their associated grave goods for museums and laboratories, and has made excavation and curation of the human remains of Native Americans all but impossible. The state regulations are also in place to control quite rigorously the excavations of human remains. Archaeologists may debate the wisdom of the policy, and many may decry the inestimable loss to science that accompanied the NAGPRA, while others feel that the obligation is to the sensitivities of the people most directly concerned and not some idolized notion of science. But the argument is moot. These days, burials most often come to light only as the result of natural erosion or construction. And most municipalities have rules that tightly regulate the disposition of human remains so exposed. In many places, these rules were drawn up substantial input from Native people. This is not to say the conflicts do not arise, but again, it seems that these occurs because of misunderstandings on both sides of the issue. And such conflicts exuberate by the degree of animosity that has developed as a result. For example, in the interview in New York, Johnson noted archaeologist Rob Bonasheen recounted the following horror story. Bonasheen was excavating a 10,000-year-old mammoth meadow site in Montana, when much to his surprise, and in the light of, human hair turned up in the most ancient levels. I'm aware of, at most, one other example of human hair from a site of this age in North America, and the potential for DNA analysis must have been terribly exciting to the researchers. One might have reasonably assumed that only archaeologists and paleoanthropologists and paleoanthropologists could get all the work up over a handful of ancient hair. However, when the word got out about the hair, 2 local Indian tribes demanded that the research stop and that the hair be returned for reburial under the provisions of the NAGPRA. So as of October 96, the hair was still in limbo. Research on an important site had been held up for 2 years, but at least the final regulations of the NAGPRA now exclude portions of the remains that may presumably be determined to have been freely given or naturally shed by the individual from whose body they were obtained. In the Lewis Carroll world, or is it Franz Kafka, of federal regulations regarding archaeology, this new wording can be viewed as a major step forward. Attorney Alan Schneider points out, now archaeologists can legally hold on to and analyze human hair, toenail clippings, and coprolites, ancient preserved feces, without the wrath of the NAGPRA being visited upon. Of course, it isn't only hair, toenails, and the like that divides Indians and archaeologists. Not just the intentional excavation, but even the analysis of human remains exposed by natural processes has become a point of contention. The most recent and unfortunate example of this is the so-called Kennewick skeleton found in Washington State. Before word got out about the remains, radiocarbon dating was performed, and the bones turns out to be more than 9,000 years old. This date surprised researchers because the skeleton exhibit gross morphological characteristics more in line with a European rather than a Native American. Subsequent to the dating, however, the local Umatilla tribe demanded it be returned to them for reburial, and they further demanded that no additional analysis be conducted on this well-preserved skeleton. The disposition of the skeleton is still up in the air. It has spawned a court case. But in other instances, in Idaho and Shoshone-Bannock allowed the radiocarbon dating of the skeleton found in the historical territory. It was 10,600 years old. But the tribe then vetoed DNA analysis. Neither the Umatilla nor the Shoshone-Bannocks can prove any direct intimate biological connection with these very ancient skeletons. The irony here is that with the analysis of mitochondrial DNA, y'all hear that? With the analysis of mitochondrial DNA, if any is preserved in the skeleton, it may be possible to prove that. Indeed, these modern Indians are the lineal descendants of the individuals represented, strengthening their demand for stewardship of the remains. Of course, this is a two-edged sword. It might also turn out that the modern Indians claiming stewardship are not closely related to the ancient person, thereby reducing the strength of their claim. In the case of the Shoshone-Bannocks, for example, the ancestors of these modern Indians probably migrated into the current territory less than 1,000 years ago. So their connection to the persons represented by the skeleton remains found in their modern territory is weak. Many Indians, however, seem unconcerned with such historical particulars, asserting kinship with their demanding control over any Indian remains found in their modern territory. From a scientific perspective, these makes no sense. We end up with remarkable instances in which modern natives assert stewardship of ancient bones of the ancestral enemies simply because those bones are now located within the recently demarcated boundaries of their reservation. Now, concern for the bones of immediate, I hit my phone, that must chunk. Concern of the bones' immediate ancestors might be understandable, but desiring control over their ancient bones of individuals who were not immediately, I'm about to wrap it, ancestral is perplexing. I count among my ancestors Germans, Russians, and Poles, but I feel no great kinship with or reverence for the bones of upper Paleolithic people unearthed in those modern nations. I'm gonna stop. So he continues to argue in this instance, right? This need for dealing with being able to get all their questions answered. But at the same time, because of the NAGPRA, sometimes things get halted. But how many people are familiar with the Kennewick man?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, we're familiar.
Now, what was the end results of the Kennewick man? Scientifically speaking. Anybody know?
What was the term?
As far as what?
Yes. What did they conclude on the Kennewick man?
Wasn't it a distant relation to the people that was claiming them?
What else?
I'm not sure beyond that.
All right. So they ended up doing a DNA. And they ended up, that's the Anzac child, known from Montana. So they ended up doing a DNA. He ended up being actually about 12,600 years old. But what they found out is that the haplogroup is Q, M3. And the mitochondrial DNA is X2A. So the Y DNA haplogroup is QM3 and the other is X2A, a uniparental genetic marker that's found in this Kennewick man. Yeah, I know about that. It came out in 2015.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I stay within my tribe, so I wouldn't know that the details of the Kennewick man.
Yeah. So my point is this: if you allow scientists to do their actual job, we get a great opportunity of being able to single out who these actual people are who are claiming to steal these other people's history. Think about that. We have the haplogroup of the Kennewick.
Mm-hmm.
And you had people that was claiming it to be older than what was previously known. You've got a date of 9,000, then you get a date of 12,000. You see in the chat, someone said 14,000. That might be the last known information that they may have received. But genetically speaking, it's the DNA, analyzing the DNA of this particular bone structure or this particular person allowed us to know more about who the people were who populated the Americas. Now, for someone like Aboriginal power that argue that Negroes been here, the whole United States was black, right? So then his DNA should show these ancient, it should show, in his words, these ancient indigenous black Aboriginal of people of America haplogroups, which would be the Qs, the X's, etc. He should possess those haplogroups, him and whoever have that same belief.
Well, he's not. I done heard him say the Kennewick man was a Negroid. So I don't know, Sean. You've been putting a lot of work, brother. But I hate to say, I just feel like they're gonna act like they didn't see or hear or none of that shit. And they're gonna come back with the same stuff, man.
You're right. But it's a lot to go into that. With that DNA, bro, you know what I'm saying? The DNA that is found in the Kennewick man are exclusively lineages found in modern Native Americans. I'm gonna say that again. The haplogroups found in the Kennewick man are exclusively related to modern Native Americans. So when I tell y'all again that there was no separate cultures in the Americas before the arrival of the European, I actually meant that. Because those haplogroups, even though distinctively different in other areas per se, culturally, you see this across the United States with these people, and we see them popping up all over the place. And they possess and become different markers or genetic markers, which would be their own because they isolated themselves from other people, especially the ones who went way in South America to a whole other side of the damn continent of South America and been over there just chilling their whole entire time uninterrupted because the forestry separated them from everybody else. They just kept walking. And then you end up with those markers being isolated in these specific regions for a particular reason because they sat still. And then they just redeveloped right there and populated that area on their own merit. But these two haplogroups, X2A and QM3, are exclusive to Native haplogroups for Native Americans here today. So if you see Kevin Shaw in the chat and others, you know, shout out to y'all. That's y'all shit.
Yeah, that DNA game, that's why they try to run away from the DNA game. That's why when I told Aboriginal Mac to take a DNA test, I became a bitch.
Yeah.
He knows it's probably going to be E1, B1A. That's what he's concerned about.
Bro, listen. QM19 is in South America. So all the QM1s, you're going to get it there. They don't have any ancestral lineage that says that life started here and went back somewhere else. Everything flows into genetically. Every the haplogroups that come from Asia Minor, if I could say it like that, flows into the Americas and are established. And they come in a few different waves, so you'll see a few different Paleo-Indians and so forth. We'll just say the natives, you know what I mean? I don't know all the tribes, so I can't be specific and tribe them down so their indigenous names before Europeans start coming around and misrepresenting the way that they were saying they shit. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's serious work right there. And they spread and they migrated just like humans do. And they reproduce. And you can't.
No, I'm saying some of those languages are still around. So
yeah, they're still around, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they still around. Shit, the motherfuckers still speaking that shit. You just heard, you know what I'm saying? We got Turtle up here, he's still speaking this shit. So when they say when they say they lost all of their shit, that's horse shit.
Yep, I know. When I went to Central America, there's still people there. There's people in Central America and in Mexico who cannot speak Spanish.
Yep.
Who cannot speak Spanish?
This the science. If they was really in tune with who they say they are, they know that the language, the land you live in, speak the language. 4 out of 5 parks you go to, lakes, rivers are going to have the indigenous names attached to them. New Jersey alone has over 1,100 place names that are named after my ancestors, my native ancestors. See what I'm saying? So for these people to say they something and to be driving down roads that are named after their ancestors, after words out their languages, you know what I mean? Half the states are our language. You know what I'm saying? These people ain't connected linguistically, so they wouldn't recognize their language. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not theirs. Like I don't even know why I'm talking like it's their language. They don't know it, and it's right there. Nothing's hidden. Nothing's hidden from the people who know what they're looking at.
And all 50 states have indigenous people, including them. I mean, I'm talking about the Native American people or the indigenous people, the Hawaiians in Hawaii. I'm talking about like Alaska. Yeah, Alaska. I'm talking about from Alaska down to the Chilean border. Yeah.
The nations. You know, like people talk about the Olmec, right? The word Olmec is an Aztec word. That's not what those people call themselves, right? And the Aztec never encountered the Olmec. By the time they entered Anahuac Valley, the Olmec had been long. They've been gone for over 1,000 years or so. So when we talk about the Olmecs, if they want to know who those people are, you got to go down there. You go down there, you're gonna be looking at people dead in the face. I spent 3 weeks down there in 2008. Them same people that we look at when we look at them heads, you can see them same people right down there, and they're not Negroes. They just got strong features. Simple as that. Like they still there.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you, I agree with you 100%. When I went to Nicaragua, when I went throughout Nicaragua, and I encountered indigenous people, especially when I went to the Caribbean coast, Mosquito people, those people are indigenous. They're dark skinned though. They got wide noses, big lips, but they are indigenous. They don't look nothing like us either.
No,
nothing. They look they look like Native Americans.
Yep. And the thing about the Olmec heads, each one of those Olmec heads was carved out of the chief's throne. The chief's throne was like a large block. So the reason why the heads are so distorted, number one, they're carved out of a large block. Number two, they're mixed with animal, with panther characteristics. That's why the faces look even more flattened. It has to do with them. It has to do with everything. The same process you would see in Kemet, where you anamorphize things. You mix the animal characteristics with the man. All of them. All these Olmec heads, on top of the heads, they have signets, which shows which clan they are. You're not going to see these things unless you get up there and you're able to look all around these heads. There's so much stuff on them heads that show where they from in that area. So when you understand these things, you can connect who the descendants of these groups are that still remain. They're all down there. Most of them went into South America because there was a famine in Anahuac Valley. But all these people are their own individual people. They still exist. They still running around. They might have got written out of history, or their name might have got changed, but they still there. And these people trying to assume their identities based on lookership, looking at these Olmec heads. Nah, go down there. You'll see them people. They still there.
Hey, you know, funny thing, if you go down to Belize, right? Yep, even the Belizean government, they separate. Yeah, they separate the Afro descendants, the mestizos, people of European descent, and the indigenous.
Yep, absolutely. When you're in Mexico, the people. Well, I went to La Venta. I went to Tabasco. I went to all the strongholds. La Venta is the Olmec Mother Mound. That's the Mother Mound complex. I went there. It's located in Tabasco. So I'm in Tabasco, and when you're in these places, you can see the hierarchy, right? The Olmec looking people carry your bags, right? The ones that look like regular Mexicans, the short ones, they be doing the landscape. You know what I mean? The ones that look like the European Spaniards, they're the businessmen that run the city. You know what I'm saying? And like the Aztec looking people, them people is like beggars. Like you can literally see the caste system all around you. Go to Mexico City, go to the National Palace and just spend a day in the National Palace, and you'll see the whole structure of Mexico, and you'll be able to see 1492 right in front of your face.
Yeah, I remember the guy from it. Yeah, those people they call themselves Afro-Indigenous, as they mix with the indigenous Caribs. They know that they're a mixed ancestry, mostly of African ancestry. But even their language is what you call also Afro-Indigenous.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna wrap things up, man. I appreciate everybody hopping on. Make sure y'all tap in the late night with not a seat. You know what I'm saying? It might be in about 4 hours. You know, really about 3. I don't think he can take the New York heat. And he got the baby. Them gonna be nauseous, tired, ready to go. So he gonna be at the fair for about an hour and a half. He just need to do a photo op. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah, I'm going to get some food.
Yeah, you want to get some food. You want to get some fair food and do a photo op. You know what I'm saying? Before his baby get grunky, and piss him off while they're on the merry-go-round. So make sure y'all tap into that, man. Not a coincidence. Got some shit he got to answer. We gonna make sure.
For sure. Hey, just to let you know, man, where I work at in San Ramon, California, it's been 107, 108. We've been getting cooked out here in California, man. Unless you're on the coast, though. Once you get out to the coast, once I go home, it cool down. But before then, when I'm inland, one's supposed to be like 110 tomorrow, out in the valley.
Well, yeah, y'all can keep that shit. We cool over here. But nah, man, I appreciate everybody tapping in, man, and
I'm gonna get up out of here, yo. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Make sure y'all. He ain't gonna watch it, and he damn sure ain't gonna play it back. Cause he, like you said, Nada, see, he ain't gonna play that other one back, cause we on his top, and you know, squeeze air up out of him. But again, man, spears are flying, pseudos are crying. Y'all enjoy y'all evening. Peace out.
Peace.